All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. With that, I'd like to bring the regular meeting of Township Council to order. And the first item is the adoption and receipt of the agenda items. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Kunst. I see no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed, and that carries. Thank you. I would like to ask that we now provide a moment of silence to remember those workers who've been killed on the job. So with that, we will now just take a moment of silence. Thank you. And I think if Council could stand. Thank you. And, it's every worker should always be able to go home safely at night. And I know in Township of Langley, in our own history, we've had tragic incidents occur, and we never want to see those happen again. And certainly go out to everyone who has had that loss, and we want to ensure that our workplaces are safe and that we remember those that have given the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you for that. Councillor Long, I see your hand is up. Councillor Long.
Well, I don't want to take any thunder away that you may have stashed away, Your Worship, but it's somebody's birthday. It's a corporation's birthday today.
That's right. That is right.
It's 148 years since we've incorporated this fine municipality of Langley.
Thank you for pointing that out. We are the oldest incorporated municipality since after British Columbia joined Confederation. Chilliwack was on the same day, but I always tell the mayor of Chilliwack that we were in the morning and they must have been in the afternoon. So we were the first. So there you go. Thanks for bringing that up, Councillor Long.
All right, thank you.
Happy birthday to Township of Langley. And we'd always recognize it by having Municipal Awareness Day, where school children, elementary school children, would come through and see all of our operations on a day. We called that MAD, Municipal Awareness Day, and certainly missed that. But with COVID, those sorts of things aren't possible. So with that, I'll move to the adoption of the minutes of the regular council meeting on April 12th and the special council meeting of April the 19th. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Kunst. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor and opposed, and that carries. Thank you. So delegations. We have 4 delegations. Welcome here. And we generally have 5 minutes per delegation. I'll let you know when you're close to the end or at the end so you can wrap up if you haven't yet. And if you just kindly provide your name at the beginning of the delegation and an area where you live, and then proceed with your delegation. And my timer doesn't start until after you've given us your name. So we'll start with Wendy Cook from the New Westminster and District Labour Council. Welcome here.
Okay, well, thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, and I'm Wendy Cook, and I'm a delegate of the New West District and Labour Council and a member of the BCTF Teachers Union and the Langley Teachers Association, and I taught in Langley for 35 plus years and still am a TTOC in Langley, and that therefore the BCTF member on the New West District Labour Council. I live in the township. I live in the Tall Timbers area as well. Right by D.W. Poppy. So each year, the New West District and Labour Council presents to city councils and school boards within our region to seek their support and recognition of the April 28th as the day of mourning for workers killed and injured on the job. Thank you very much for the moment of silence that you actually displayed even here today. Our presentations are usually designed to be informative and a theme or focus, as we believe workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Last year, we were not able to make these presentations, and we all were coping with a radical change brought to our workplaces, our communities, and our lives by the onset of COVID-19. This year, as we mark the second day of mourning to take place during the pandemic, we are taking time to remember every worker killed, injured by COVID-19 in the workplace, and every worker and family impacted by the pandemic, both at work and at home. The purpose of the Day of Mourning is twofold: to remember workers killed and injured on the job, and to rededicate ourselves to preventing future injuries through education. Positive change happens when we all work together. It has taken all of us wearing masks, sanitizing surfaces, isolating, and doing our part to get us through the last year, and it hasn't been easy. The pandemic has exposed the lack of protection for workers. Evidence from across the country and indeed around the world shows the virus is spreading at work, not only in health and care settings, but also in factories, farm work, and food processing, warehouses, schools, offices, transportation, and other sectors. Workers have had to fight for access to protective equipment, COVID safe practices at work, paid sick leave, and respect for their basic health and safety rights. The impact of the pandemic on workers has taken many forms. Workers on the front line have had to adjust to new or stronger health and safety protocols, including using masks and sanitizer in the workplace, working in new ways with new barriers or equipment in place for their protection and that of their patients, customers, co-workers, and students. There is not one job or task that has been performed in the last year that has not been changed, sometimes drastically in some way. And the burden of adjusting to this new reality, at times under enormous pressure or stress, has fallen on workers. Less visible, but also dangerous for its long-term effect, is the stress the pandemic has put on workers. Frontline workers face the stress of knowing that by going to work, they risk experiences to a deadly virus for themselves and their families. They have faced uncertainty around worldwide supply chains and availability of necessary protective personal equipment. The local transit and transportation networks they rely on to get them to and from work have also been impacted by the pandemic. Frontline workers also face mental health injuries from the illness and loss they see daily as part of their job. Those who are able to work from home are also coping with stress, balancing work and home life. The sudden transition to working from home has meant adjusting to a lack of equipment, lack of proper spaces dedicated to work, and lack of ergonomically appropriate workstations that protect them against long-term impacts from repetitive strain, eye, and other injuries. Those living alone face increased isolation, being cut off from coworkers, and those whose families have had to balance workspaces and work time with family needs. Workers in industry like hospitality and tourism have been hard hit by reductions and closures that have stress from underemployment or unemployment, struggling to pay bills and to support, house, and feed their families through this long, difficult time. Women and workers of color have been hardest hit by these closures and must be a priority for our recovery. Stress and uncertainty have also led to a rise in domestic and intimate partner violence. There is no doubt there will be a long-term mental health impact from isolation, stress, and impacts of the pandemic. The labor movement is calling on employers and leaders at every level of the government to learn the lessons of this pandemic and ensure we have a just, fair, and healthy recovery. We're asking employers to work with health and safety and representatives to ensure safe and healthy working conditions, and ensure all workers have access to free personal protective equipment, training, paid sick days so they can stay home when they are ill and not risking exposing coworkers and their community. As local leaders, we ask that you join our calls and ensure senior levels of government hear your voices to ensure we all emerge from this pandemic with a healthy and safe recovery for workers, our families, and our communities. And I would just like to conclude that by inviting you to our Labor Council this Wednesday, April 28th. That's the day, actual day of mourning for workers killed and injured on the job. It's at 7 p.m. You can go to the New West District Labor Council's website and through Zoom for a short virtual observance. Links to the event are on Labor Council websites everywhere, but if you go to our Facebook page or New West District Labor Council, that you should be able to find it. Everyone here today can help make a difference. Be safety conscious, support accountability measures, and health and safety education in your workplace. And I want to thank you. And just realizing this is presented by, once again, the New West Minster and District Labor Council, and we're part of the Canadian Labor Congress and part of the BC Federation of Labor. And the BCTF, I am the New West District Labor Council executive member on their executive team.
Well, thank you very much for that. And certainly with the pandemic, that has changed a lot of what we think of in our safe workplaces than we did just slightly over a year ago. We didn't anticipate that. And the mental health aspect is so important. So really, thank you for bringing that up. Councillor Ferguson has a question. Councillor Ferguson? You're muted, or your device isn't working.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's certainly, Wendy, thank you for coming today. It's always a pleasure, fellow BCTF member and fellow teacher coming there. I'm a retired teacher of 33 years. So hopefully you've got your shot. Yep. My question is, my son is also, he's a member of the Plumbers Union. And I did want to say, I was just wondering if you had any statistics or whether you just do it out of good faith. Their safety officers in their program, they try to make sure they have a COVID-free site where they don't have any symptoms, or they don't have any people taking time off because they've contracted COVID. Have you got any statistics saying that the labor movement has been pretty good and not getting too many cases, if I may?
And I think when you talk labor movement, there's so many different factions and different unions in that regard. So if we're going to look at statistics, we'd have to look at every one of the unions that are involved in the movement itself. And I would say that everyone is trying and doing their best in order to ensure that people are kept safe. But I do think that overall things could be done better. And I don't want to get too political in regards to BCTF, et cetera. You've heard the stories out there in the news already. And yes, things could be done better. And I think in every single one of the unions. So the New West District Labor Council, because it has so many unions affiliated with it, doesn't keep, each of the union has its own stats.
Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks for your presentation and helping us continue to be aware of workplace health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we'll move on to the next delegation, Mr. Brian Miller, your local committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I wasn't even actually aware on April the 28th it was that day, but I would like to say that when I first had my first job at 18, there was a fellow that I worked with, and he fell off the ladder and died. And it's that what you said, Wendy, about how everyone needs to come home from work. It's something a lot of people don't think about. So the education for youth is important there. And just want to say, appreciate that presentation. My name's Brian, and I'm with your local community. And pretty much a lot of the things that we just spoke about really come back to the COVID side of the world we're living in, which is about the fact of how important everyone's situation of their mental health, their well-being, and how important the community is more than ever before, especially coming out of this, it's going to be. I spoke here about 2 months ago, and one of my initiatives was to bring awareness to solving problems from a bottom-up approach. Most of the things that we deal with now are from a top-down approach. And the more that we focus and get back to the roots of the situations that we're dealing with and trying to improve our communities and try to improve our environment, I really believe that the idea of coming to this philosophy of looking at things from a manageable task to get things accomplished from a bottom-up approach is a way to bring along and bring along all the community along with everyone, so that we have actually an army of people to go and take care of accomplishing these goals that are set out to live in a better society. I want to say thanks to everyone who reached out after the last time I presented. It really helped with my perspective. So what I would like to do is kind of leave three things off here, I'm hoping to. And perspective is one of the things that I really took away from the last 2 months. For the first couple of weeks, I would be honest, I felt a little discouraged. One of the council members left me with a little bit of a, why am I even going about doing this? I can live a good life without being part of my community, even though I was really passionate about trying to make change. And then I got a lot of people who reached out, and we had a lot of good discussions. And with conversations, we talked about ideas and solutions, current things that are happening. And to be truthful, it helped me get a picture of exactly what it is that goes on in making up of a community, from the government levels to the citizen levels to the business levels to the school levels. I will say that a lot of things in politics, as we all know across the world, most people don't agree on 70% of the things. And that 70% is what I call the roadblock. People can't get past it. But in conversations, you can find that 30% of the things we agree on. So if we forget about the 70 we argue about, and we put the fine line in the sand about, and we focus on the 30, and we start making goals with that 30, we can actually put our energy towards it and get some 100% accomplishments, which benefits everyone in the community by building a better community. So my first challenge I want to ask everyone who's a council member or a mayor, a director, or a manager, I ask if I could challenge everyone to spend one day a month to go about getting down to the basics. Whatever department, whatever interests you in your township, go and sit with the workers and talk to them, build up the morale, get them encouraged, figure out what they're doing, find out from the top down, get your perspective from the bottom and all the way up the food chain. And I really think by doing this, you'll kind of have another, it'll help your perspective, because we all started at the bottom somewhere in life and we built our way up to get to where we are now. So when we get back to the basics, especially when we're in an organization, you get a clear vision of things and procedures, ways to make changes. So that's my first challenge. I challenge everyone to get out there with the crews. They're doing great work, especially with the fact that we're celebrating this week on the 28th, all their lives that they're putting their lives on the roads, and the workers out there, community centers, wherever they are. Let's get out there, give them thanks, and also figure out and have conversations so that the 70-30, we can focus on the 30 and help build it throughout the organization. The second thing I want to ask is, I really think, and Wendy kind of said it, everyone's doing their best, but we can do better. And that's kind of the way that I view everything. Things are good, but they can be better. So I would like to be able to ask, and I would like to be part of it, and I can even help create it, because I know there's a lot of people who want to be part of it, is to create a group called the Better Community Group, or Better Community whatever, or Better, doesn't even matter about the name, but it's a bunch of people, hopefully some council members, some directors. Hopefully we can get the police involved and some because after the shooting that happened in Langley last week, and we can get some members of community groups, and we can talk about ways that we can make our community better. And it's just an open dialogue like you did when you were younger in school. You put a circle in the middle and you just brainstorm ideas and you create conversation. And it's just an awareness to get things going. So that's the second thing. I think that's an important thing to build. And then from there, there's many other ideas, but 5 minutes, you got to only speak in 5 minutes. So that's just, I would like to ask that to be on the record of finding a way to create a community group outside of, and just, it's a brainstorming group. And then finally, I was on Earth Day, which was last week. I got to meet up with Ryan and Tess, and we got to go and have a really open conversation for an hour. Also identified some problems, which is in your face, where it's the federal building, the historical site. They don't even have proper waste bins. They just have garbage cans, and there's plastics and doesn't matter, but it's a mess. And it's just showing that we have these policies from the very top, but when we get to the very bottom in our communities, there's just a garbage can from 20 years ago with litter and plastic all around it. And it's just showing we can solve these problems. I know it's a federal building, not a township building, but it's in our community. And we went on a walk and we talked about the policies. Again, we probably didn't agree on 70% of the things in life and ideologies of life, but the 30% of the things we agreed upon, and like everyone else in the community that I spoke to or members from all these different organizations in the last 2 months, the 30% we agree on.
Yeah, if you could just wrap up.
Okay, the community aspect we agree on, and that we can do things a little better. And if we work together, we can really achieve some great things. So those are the 3 points. Challenge everyone to get involved. I would like to see a better community group, and I'm working on finding some more solutions with other people who are reached out about improving some of these programs. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson has a question. Councillor Ferguson.
So thank you for coming again, Brian, Mr. Miller. We really appreciate it. I admire all the work you've done. As you say, you heard from Wendy, who was a teacher before, and I was as well. And we always get the kids picking up stuff, and that was a big part of what I did. And I know you're doing a lot of that with the schools as well. So I appreciate that. Now, I'm glad you met with Ryan and Tess with the Adopt program. The other thing, were there some things you came about? I know there's things you need like garbage bags, picker-uppers, other tools and things like. Were you able to acquire some of them, if I may?
Yeah, like all that's available, and I put my own money where my mouth is and actions where my words instead of should be. So I've been putting a lot forward to myself, buying all these things, and I bought a lot of things to get in community awareness. And again, I've tried to explain to them, it's not just about litter, it's about getting people involved in the community. That's the army that we need to build, because at this time, more people are isolated and not feeling purpose. So that's the idea, and it's a bottom-up approach. So graffiti and litter, it's not just like the ultimate goal, it's just where your starting point. But yes, they've reached out and they have all those options. Again, with the COVID situation, everything's kind of almost on hold. And I want to give a big shout out to Earth Ninjas. I don't know if you guys know who these people are, but they spent 32 hours in the last 4 days picking up garbage on the Fraser Highway. And they were in CTV News, interviewed on Sunday. So all the terrible news from the fires that happened and the police shooting in Langley, there was a great news story about the Township of Langley, some people that were out for 32 hours picking up garbage straight over 4 days. So big shout out to them for giving back in their community over the last 4 days for Earth Day. Good representation of the township.
I did see that. I did see that, Brian. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to clarify something. You said police shooting. There was no police shooting in Langley.
Or not police, but there was a shooting.
There was a shooting, yes, but it wasn't a police shooting. Just want to make sure you don't want to start that up.
You got to be careful.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay. All right, next is Mr. Michael Goodwin.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. And just to clarify, it's actually Godwin, Godwin, 10.
Okay. All right, thanks. You and I have names that I guess sometimes get mixed up.
Yeah, forgive me if I mispronounce yours, because same problem. So
yeah, thanks.
I have a prepared statement here that I'm going to read off.
Okay, thank you.
Some residents along 88th Avenue in Fort Langley. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor Froese and Township of Langley Council. I'm appearing today to represent the residents who live along 88th Avenue from Glover Road to Sault 16th Street. I will call this the 88th corridor for convenience. We are very concerned and strongly object to the proposed North Langley truck route as it pertains to increased truck traffic along the 88th corridor. We wanted you to know that we have begun a grassroots movement to organize ourselves to achieve our goals and present our concerns to council. In these unprecedented times, it is very difficult to go door to door explaining the situation to residents. However, we have begun a campaign of information and signature gathering as best we can while still respecting COVID safety protocols. Many of the people we did talk to expressed concern, said they had no idea this was being considered, and did not want this proposal to be realized. I believe you have a copy of the information flyer and petition that we have begun circulating. Since we started last Saturday, April 17th, we have received 65 replies representing 174 individuals. We are sending what we have gathered so far to council via courier today. Please be aware that this is just the beginning. Our goal is to help remove the commercial vehicle or truck traffic that passes through our area en route to destinations outside of the Fort Langley area. We have been in contact with the Fort Langley Community Association and have their full support. We feel that the reasons for opposing the 216 interchange routing, the routing along 96th Avenue from 216th to Glover Road and Glover Road through downtown Fort Langley, are equally valid along our 88th corridor. For example, the École de Voyageurs School has 92 students. The Langley Fine Arts School, which is accessed off 88th via Traddle Street, has 900 students and a 300-seat theater. Many of these students come from all over the Lower Mainland, and some are of the age to be new drivers. Fort Langley Elementary has 317 students and is closer to 88th than 96th. There are many private residents along 88th that have direct driveways onto 88th Avenue. I counted 53 between 216th and Glover Road. 96 has about 51 along the same boundaries, and 216th from Highway 1 north to 88th has 4. Noise attenuation and privacy measures that were put in place along 216th Avenue are simply not possible to install along 88th Avenue. The business core of Fort Langley doesn't want truck traffic going by their businesses on Glover Road and 96. This is where we live. Try being woken up by a tandem dump truck going 80 kilometers an hour down 88th Avenue at 5:30 in the morning. Of course, there are valid and equal concerns about pedestrian safety, noise, pollution, and all the other factors that come with an increase of heavy truck traffic. We feel that removing the truck designation from the 216th overpass, which was designed and built to handle commercial traffic, merely pushes the problem down the road into our area. Removing the truck route designation from the 88th corridor and Fort Langley in general would allow traffic calming measures to be put in place along 88th Avenue. Residents have been asking for this for years, but have always been told that it can't be done in a designated truck route. We would like to be kept informed of any future plans and to have a close working relationship with the mayor and council. However, a truck route along 88th Avenue is not appropriate. It is unsafe and opposed by residents of the area. We strongly object to what would become the Fort Langley bypass and an alternate route to Highway 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I've got a question from Councillor Richter. Councillor Richter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me? I
Yes.
really apologize. I've been having so many issues with Zoom today. I just had a question for Mr. Godwin, which pertains to the report that council got today or on April 22nd, item number 9 on page 36. And in that report, it clearly states that 88th Avenue is already designated as a truck route. And I was just wanting to ask Mr. Godwin if he was aware that 88th Avenue is and has been a truck route. Thank you.
Yes, we are aware of that. And we're requesting that it be removed, as we have this exactly the same reasons as along 96 and through Glover Road. And we also feel that by removing those and taking the truck designate and not allowing trucks to use 216th, that we're merely taking the load onto 88th Avenue. And we have exactly the same objections that everyone else does. And we're feeling, you know, to coin a bad phrase, thrown under the bus.
Thank you.
Okay, well, just as a follow-up then, the section of road that I think Mr. Godwin is referring to, which is the stretch of 216th south of 88th to Telegraph Trail, that has never been a truck route. But is that what he's suggesting should become the truck route now?
Mr. Godwin?
Well, yes. I mean, really, we want to see it out of the entire area. I'm not throwing them under the bus. We really want to see the whole thing removed completely from the area. And, you know, I'm not an engineer. I don't know how to solve that problem, but that's what we want. We don't want truck traffic or commercial vehicle traffic in any of the areas, let alone, you know, ours, and specifically everything to funnel down our street on 88th, which has exactly the same concerns as these other roads.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for coming today. I appreciate it. I do have a question. I hope I'm not really putting you on the spot, but I would like to consider and ask your opinion about whether or not, under these current circumstances, you think there might be some helpfulness in having a Zoom town hall meeting to get different stakeholder groups together, if it could be coordinated by the township, because I have a feeling that, as you've explained, there are certain individuals who are just finding out about this. And I think that it would be helpful just in terms of getting people together on the same page to understand all the studies and things that have led us up to this point. So I just wondered if you thought that there might be some benefit in the township considering such an option, should we, be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody that I talk to is feeling that they have been left out, and the trouble with this thing is it's very much pitting neighborhood against neighborhood, which I think is poor. Like, I have nothing against the people in Walnut Grove and the people. I understand their problem. We have the same problem. So why are they, pushing it? It's your guys' problem now. And that's the feeling we get, but we don't want that. And we don't want to push it back into them, but I don't understand what else we can do. So, I'd like to see the whole thing removed from the entire area of North Langley. I don't see why truck traffic has to use our area to go from point A to point B. I understand it was historical back in the day. I've lived in this area since 1970. It was historical routing, and nobody cared. Up and down the roads and back and forth between what little industry there is in Glen Valley, and then back and forth to Port Kells. And now we have 200th Street intersection, which is whatever, and then the freeway, and truck traffic is cutting through, we believe, our area. And then by removing truck route designation from 96 and not allowing truck travel on 216th, I got a footnote to that one as well, let's get to in a second. Not allowing it on 216th is focusing it on us. So I think that the more meetings we have and the more input we get from all the groups, and not pitting groups against one another, but we all work together on this. And I think education or town hall meetings and whatever it takes would be very helpful. So just to add to my point there, the footnote, the way I understand it is that you can't stop truck traffic from going between a provincial highway and a truck route. So by that de facto rule, 216th is effectively becomes a truck route, whether it's designated as a truck route or not.
Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you for coming and sharing your concerns. My question is, have you noticed that there is more traffic lately? I'm just wondering what sort of brought this petition, how this petition came about. Was it the fact that you kind of got light or heard about the fact that, there's other people talking about not wanting trucks, or have you noticed that there's more truck traffic on 88th Avenue currently?
Seems to me there's a fair bit. I haven't studied it myself. I work Monday to Friday, and that's really when the truck traffic would be occurring. We have people on the route who said, yeah, there's, every time that something happens on the freeway, it's backed up from 88th all the way down to the bridge. And this petition that was sent around a few years ago that I signed doesn't show the consequences of removing that 96 and by default making 88 the only truck route. So by making 88 the only truck route, we will see an increase in traffic. And I don't know what's going on out in River Road, or for example, when the airport gets turned into something else, will that show an increase in the truck traffic? And I'm concerned that with that report, and the township spends over $15 million, that reversing it after we see an incredible increase of truck traffic, or any increase, that it will be impossible or less of an appetite to remove it from a residential neighborhood.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you coming.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis has a question.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mayor Froese, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin, thanks for coming. I absolutely know exactly how you feel. But I think the statement, and if it, don't jump down my throat quite yet, but the statement of I'd like to see it all gone. I just like to give you a little history. In August of last year, they shut down 216th here down by where I live, and I didn't see a car. All I saw was pedestrians and bikes. I didn't see a car for 30 days. I loved it. This morning, they shut it down again, and it'll be shut down till May 4th for the railroad. I love it, but it's not a reality that I can live with, and I don't think that so we have a truck route plan, and you had mentioned it, $15 million. The township has a lot of roads. We have a lot of traffic problems. And in the last month, I have noticed big trucks up at 216 when I'm driving it. I don't know where they come from, because every time Super Bs, I've seen yesterday I saw a fully loaded B train, and he was on top of the overpass. And I said to my wife, I've got to sit here for a while and study this and see where that guy's coming from. Because myself, if I'm driving a Super B that's loaded up, I don't know about you, you said you've been there for the 70s. I can remember when I was a kid on the bus going down what I used to call Zellers Hill, 88th. We used to try to talk the bus driver into putting the clutch in and letting her roll. There wasn't a house on that street. But to come up there with 140,000 pounds up that Zellers Hill is not the route of choice for a truck. And we have done some work on 88th that have caused problems. You had mentioned the people are saying it's backed up right to the bridge. We have been working on that. In time, and I know you mentioned traditionally, we've had McDonald Cedar. It put Fort Langley on the map at one time. That was what Fort Langley was all about. It was a mill town. Glen Valley, I think if you study the truck route proposal, I think that Glen Valley will take care of itself. It's just a matter of we've got to somehow roll a rock over and get 15 million somehow to put it into place. I'm concerned about the trucks, because I see them up there and I think, where did that truck come from? It's not easy to drive a 140,000 pound truck along in that corridor. And so I'm glad you came. We know we have truck problems for traffic. I've gone down 88th all my life, and I've watched every house almost every house. There was 4 houses on 88th from 200 and Fort Langley is unique. It's on a donut. So it's like you got Glover Road, 88th, 96, and so we do have some unique problems. Don't give up on us. We know they're there. We got to maybe getting all together, but the moment you get too many people together, just remember, everything you get it on a truck. And I don't think those are the trucks that you want to get rid of. I think you want to get rid of the trucks that go through. Like I was down Fort Langley the other day, and I don't know, there was 25 military vehicles parked all over the place and big trucks loading. And I know they're making a movie, and everyone loves that. But it's the safety factor that you want to get rid of. And I hear you loud and straight. And I just wanted to point out that I love when they close my road down. I don't have to see any traffic, but in the future, we've got to deal with the traffic all in the township, and so we'll get at it. Okay, I'm going on. Thank you very much thank you for coming. Okay.
Yep. Okay, thank you. There's no further questions, and thanks for your presentation. I think Councillor Davis said it. We're very well aware of some of the traffic issues in the Township of Langley, and you solve one, you end up creating something someplace else, and we all have to work together and live together somehow and make it all work for everyone. So thanks for pointing out your concerns. Okay, so move on to Mr. Michael Lloyd. Come on, please.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Michael David Lloyd, resident at 7710 232nd Street. I have an application that I'm wanting to have forward to the ALC. It's for a non-use of some graveled area. The graveled area would be utilized, further utilized by Woodsong Christmas trees, who currently have a lease in place and have 4,580 trees currently planted, and having harvested some 1,400 trees last November. So his operations are expanding. We're looking to also plant in additional areas. We're currently at about 22% of the 19 acres of total. And the other uses would be for Growzord. This company has a growing medium that has a need for storage of both new and to be recycled product. That would involve a covered building of 4,000 square feet, as well as winter beehive storage for the honeybee center. I have had 3 reports done. In 2016, we had Bruce McTavish on site to do a soil sample of the area of the whole 19 acres. The area in question has clay-based soil underneath and is non-farmable for conventional farming or practical farming of Christmas trees. A second report was done by Bruce McTavish for a business plan, and of late we've had Active Earth involved, who've had a hydrologist and done some surveying. And to that, I have Kathy Tixier available to expand on that further and answer any questions, technical questions. She's an engineer, so she would have those answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the report's coming up later in our council agenda, so certainly we'll deal with it then. I see 2 members of council with questions right now. So Councillor Richter and then Councillor Kunst. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much. And I have a question with regards to the flooding. Is it your property with the gravel that's causing flooding on other properties, or is it the other properties that are causing flooding on your property, which is why the gravel was brought in?
The gravel was brought in 2016 as to cover the clay, which had some relocated sand from the east end of the property, and it was just a gravel covering for storage. That was the area of issue to the township, illegal fill, as you were. The gravel is a non-issue. The Kathy Tixier came on specifically to answer the question, was the gravel contributing to the faster discharge of water to the south? So she'll answer those questions. She also had in her report a fair amount of area that she calculated, or that Active Earth calculated, was a catch basin of water. And it's substantial. It's about 10 acres or more, but she'll answer that question. And that water historically discharges to the south and meandered its way to the Township of Langley's property just west of the CP's rail line property. There was a landfill permitted by the Township of Langley to the south of us in the course of the historic water flow. The existing ditch, and again, this Kathy Tixier can expand upon that. The ditch was piped in by the landfill applicant at that time, and has since been blocked by a valve by the new neighbor of that south property. So the water has nowhere to go currently. It pools it puddles, it floods about a couple acres, well, probably 3 or 4 acres now. And we pump it along a 1,200 yard easement, a 30-foot wide by 1,200 yard easement that is our driveway access. So we pump it down our driveway to the Township of Langley's ditch on 232nd Street.
Okay, so it's
That's
your
sort of-
property, it's just your property that's being affected by this flooding?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so the fill was brought into your property to stop the flooding, but
No.
it was never properly permitted. Is that what's going on here?
No. The neighbor to the south reported to the township that the graveled area expedited the flow of water and thus overwhelmed his pond. It all discharges. It all used to go through a ditch to his pond, but now goes through a pipe to his pond. And he said in letters, and I believe to letters to the township, that this caused flooding of his basement. So he shut off the flow of all water 12 months of the year, not just during rainstorms, but he shut off the flow of all water, leaving us in a position of currently being flooded. As we become overwhelmed by water, which would affect our septic tank, we fire up one pump daily, and in heavy rain, we fire a second pump up, a gas 3-inch pump.
Okay, but I'm not understanding how the fill is fixing this for you.
Oh, sorry.
And how a 40,000 foot shed or 4,000 foot shed or whatever it is would fix it either.
Well, like I say, the neighbors to the south reported to the Township of Langley that this fill that I brought in is the problem of his drainage being overwhelmed. So we've had Kathy Tixier come in to address that question. It didn't happen. We brought it in 2000. Yeah, Kathy will answer that question. We brought the fill in.
Okay, you keep saying, excuse me, you keep saying Kathy will answer the question. When is Kathy speaking? She's not on the agenda.
I believe she is right behind me. She's a delegate as well.
Oh, okay. All right.
So she's an engineer. She has access to all the reports. So sorry, to answer your question, Councillor Richter, no, the fill I brought in was to make the ground more stable for storage. It had nothing to do with me trying to resolve the water issue, but it is reflected in the correspondence between my neighbor and the Township of Langley, as the complaint was the deposit of that material was complained about in 2016, and he reported that fill, that graveling of that area expedited or made it more efficient for the water to shed off my property and thus overwhelm his drainage system.
Okay, so we've heard. Maybe we could hear from Ms. Tixier. You've referred to her, but I'd like to hear from the engineer to answer those questions more clearly for Councillor Richter. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I think an important link here is to understand that there is a series of catch basins and pipes that relay the surface runoff that naturally collects in the southwest portion of the property to a pond on the neighbor's property to the south. And what the neighbor is claiming is that there is more water discharging into his pond, and it's the rising pond levels that are causing flooding of the basements of the nearby residences. So that's his claim, and I haven't seen any evidence to support that claim, and our report outlines arguments against that being hydraulically possible, given that the pond levels are well below the basement perimeter drain elevations. But basically, it's the neighbor's decision to block the pipe that relays drainage from the Lloyd's property into the pond on his property that's caused the water to back up and inundate that southwest corner of Mr. Lloyd's property. So the drainage issue is a separate issue from the land use issue that's being debated here today. The gravel wasn't intended to change the drainage of the Lloyd's property. It was intended to provide a trafficable surface for the intended uses of that land, namely for bringing trees into and off of the property and so on. So I hope that provides some clarity.
Thank you.
Our assessment, which is currently being written up, we've tried to estimate volumes of surface runoff from the northeastern part of the property moving in a southwesterly direction, so that we can better assess the seriousness of the drainage issue and the feasibility of other solutions. But that's, again, kind of an aside from the decision being debated here today. It's an important consideration, because whether the gravel is there or not there, because of the topography being sloped to the southwest, water is going to continue to collect in that area. If the neighbor to the south were to open up that drainage pipe that goes into his pond, there would be no drainage issues anymore. There would be no flooding of water on the Lloyd's property. But because that conduit is blocked, it's caused backup of that surface runoff that naturally wants to go from northeast, to southwest.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richter, so you still have your hand up. Does that answer your question?
It kind of does, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm just curious, is there an option to not fully open the pipe? Because it seems to me odd that a neighbor to the south would be responsible for draining a neighbor to the north by use of a pipe. If the flow through the pipe was reduced, would that solve the problems for both properties? And I remain very concerned that adding a 4,000 square foot building is just going to create more runoff and drainage problems. So perhaps the hydrologist could speak to half flow through the pipe as perhaps an interim measure.
Certainly.
I guess obviously any opening of the pipe would be an improvement. But I think it's important. This is a rather complex case because the original owner of the property to the south took out a soil deposit permit several years ago. And as a condition of that permit, he had to maintain the natural drainage patterns in the area. And there was so much fill brought into the property that it raised the ground elevation just south of the property line that separates them, and created it impeded any natural runoff moving on surface from north to south. So another important consideration is that there used to be what looks like a water course, a surface water channel that relayed water from the Johnson South property line through to some drainage channels along the CN rail line to properties to the south. And so the pond that was put in by the previous owner is along that same drainage pathway. So although the surface run, he altered the land surface by infilling, he tried to maintain that natural north to south drainage pattern by creating the pond and the pipe draining into the pond. So it's an artifact of that historical soil deposit permit. It was intended to meet the requirements of the permit, but unfortunately it doesn't appear that it was documented properly or an easement properly set out before the soil permit was officially closed. So my my short answer to your question is it would be better to have the pipe fully open because that would represent the historical drainage pattern. There was never any impedance of flow from north to south historically. I'm not confident that a partial opening would alleviate the potential for flooding, especially in a 1 in 10 year storm event during the heavier rainfall events that we need to plan for.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. So I have a question about why would this property owner not want to open the pipe? Like if the problem is his making, and also have there been other episodes of the basement flooding? Through your worship, to Kathy, I believe.
Yeah, so to the delegate, I don't know who wishes to answer that. It's maybe difficult, but can either one of you answer that?
Well, I can just start by saying what I know is he claims that the discharge into his pond is causing the pond levels to rise and raising the water table enough to cause flooding of his basement. Those allegations were made in 2016. Now, keep in mind that pipe has been in place since at least 2004, I believe, which was when that soil permit was closed by the former owner of the property. So there's a good length of time there where I'm not aware of any allegations of basement flooding. But in 2016, there was that claim made. There was talk on the part of the neighbor that he was going to remedy the situation by closing the pipe, and then ultimately he did. But my analysis of like what I know of the elevations of the pond and of the perimeter drains just doesn't substantiate that claim. So we're waiting for some evidence on the part of the neighbor that of the cause of this alleged basement flooding.
Yeah, I just have one question for Mr. Lloyd, and it's about the honeybees. Are you currently do you currently have honeybees, or is this something like sort of a new thing that you're going to be providing space for wintering honeybees?
Mr. Lloyd, are you there? Or maybe we lost him. I don't. Oh, Michael Lloyd, yeah, he's still there.
All right.
You're muted, so I don't know if you realize.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, I was muted and I was talking away there, not aware.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Councillor Kunst. I can answer that question. The honeybees are a new concept, as is the introduction of the 4,000 square foot building, the Grozorb growing medium storage. There is an existing operation that currently can use the graveled area. The graveled area is in question. It's been regarded as illegal fill, the gravel itself. This was reported by the neighbors to the south in 2016, claiming that the gravel made the flow of water more efficient and therefore overwhelming at times to his pond, and therefore basement was flooding. So, sorry, to answer your question, the Honeybee Center storage, as well as the Grozorb building, would be a non-farm use application to leave the gravel in place as opposed to removal. The application I'm wanting it to go through the Township of Langley to the ALC for review and hopeful approval to have the gravel not need to be removed. The area in question is clay. It has no practical farming application. I do have many other areas that we are currently expanding the Christmas tree growing, but this would never be one that would be one that would be practical to do anything farming wise other than these semi agricultural operations, the honeybee hive storage, the grows orb medium storage, and the increasing storage of the Woodsong Christmas tree farm.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, there's a lot of, I guess we all have a lot of questions. The first things first, I mean, you, Mr. Lloyd or Mr. Texier, have you been meeting with our staff and our engineers talking about the drainage and the fill sites and all the things applicable to applying for fill permits, if I may?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so I was just wondering what they're saying.
I believe that we have something scheduled in May with the township. The engineering department were wanting reports, a thorough database of information to be presented at this meeting, which I believe is scheduled for May 13th.
Because I was just wondering, maybe we should wait until after you guys have met before maybe council makes a decision on your ALR application, because whatever decision is made by council, the Agricultural Land Commission call was rejected as well. So you want to have as much evidence going forward as possible. Those are just my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Hi, thanks. I'll be brief. Thanks for coming forth, Mr. Lloyd. Just a couple quick questions. You'd mentioned the bees. Like in the honeybee center, they gather all their bees and bring them to our farm. Well, they have in the last 3 or 4 years, and they put them on our farm, and then they transload them 2 days later, and they all take them north. And they use that as a staging area, and they just drive all their trucks out, and there's thousands and thousands of bees. Anyhow, and is this bee? Will the bees are going to be there, or is it a place where they'll put the bees so that they can pollinate, or is it a place where they just stage? Second question, growing medium storage. Does that mean that trucks are going to bring the growing medium in, dump it? It's going to be then divvied up, divvied up to different, is there something that we will be prepared on the farm as a growing medium? It sounds like you got a problem. Third thing, I'm doing this so I don't have to. The third thing, this pipe, if it was installed in 2004, it's too. I look at the property, and I've walked the railroad. Well, I've ridden on the railroad along there, and there's got to be a better way to drain that. And I'm just thinking of, is there the fella shut the pipe off? If you open the pipe, you might get a better natural drain out. There should be along the CP rail drainage there. Anyhow, just this comment, it's confusing to me. I like Councillor Ferguson just said. I wonder if it's just confusing about this pipe. I don't know how anybody can close a pipe and prevent water from draining on a piece of property. Maybe just comment on those three issues.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. You're muted, Mr. Lloyd. I don't know if you're, or it looks like you might even be frozen. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Well, that's okay. If he,
I think Mr. Lloyd, are you able to respond? There he is. You're muted. You're on mute. There we go. There we go.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not hear any of Councillor Davis's question.
Okay, I'll be quickly. Just the bees. Are the bees going to stay there as pollinators, or is it a staging place? Because on our farm, they bring in August, and then they all go north. They all gather them and then truck them out. The growing medium, it's odd. I don't know what's happening. Or do you sell the growing medium? Does trucks bring it in? Are you processing it there on your property and then trucking it out? And the third thing is, are you having a peeing match with this fellow that's not opening the pipe? Like the pipe should be opened. In that area, you should have some sort of natural drainage to not have flooding issues. I'm being kind of cheeky on the third one, but just comment, please.
That's an appropriate way to phrase it, Councillor Davis. It's simply a personal issue, as childish as you make it sound. The bees would be winter.
We're losing you out here.
They occur in various wise. No, as far as security goes, so they're and the grows orb.
You're really broken up, Mr. Lloyd. We're barely make out what you're saying.
Yeah, am I back?
Yeah, you're back now. Yeah. So.
Okay, very good. Sorry, I heard Councillor Davis's questions.
Yeah. Oh, you're frozen again. You must have a poor connection. No, we've total. There, you're coming in and out.
Current.
Yeah, we're not getting good connection at all.
Storage only. It would be storage.
So the medium is storage only, and the bees are overwintering.
The grows orb storage only. Correct. The grows orb is produced in a large volumes and needs somewhere to be stored prior to its delivery to the pepper. Where the pepper.
And the bees are there. Are they there just temporarily over the winter, or are they staying for pollination?
Correct.
They're just being, and they're not being staged. They're just there as a storage over the winter. Okay.
Correct. They'd be a seasonal storage facility. Okay. The gravel currently is very secure as well as very easily accessed, which was the attractive aspect of it to the Honeybee Center.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your delegation to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't have any presentations. We're going to move to reports to council. And E1 is a development permit application. It's a development permit application 101200. And I would ask for a motion.
So moved.
Councillor Long, second by Councillor Davis. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call it.
Yes.
Yes.
Shit.
I don't see a hand. Councillor Davis?
I do have.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Davis.
Okay, on E1, okay, this was, I'll be brief, this was an old gas station going back quite a ways. I just wonder, question through maybe to Mr. Steffi, is the gas station problems, is that taken care of? And another thing, on page 2, very simple. I don't know. I've never read this before, so it was odd to me. On one of the conditions, G, all chain link fence must be black vinyl and black posts and rails. It's just odd. I just wonder, did we change something in the policy to make them have a black vinyl fence? And if so, maybe, anyhow, just 2 quick questions. Thank you. I'll listen.
Steffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess the reverse order, the black chain link fence is a requirement of the development permit guidelines. Those vary from community to community, from neighborhood to neighborhood. This being a prominent location, the intent is to make sure that it is complementing to the surrounding area and the uses in that area. As far as the, I guess, associated problems with the previous gas stations, that is not aware of any, Your Worship. If anything, it would have been addressed as part of the rezoning. This is at this point a development permit application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I don't see any further discussion, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? Councillor Arneson is opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. Move on to E2. And this is a development permit application number 101192, Janda Group Holdings on 96th Avenue. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Second,
and a
Ferguson.
Second by Councillor Ferguson. Any questions, discussion? Just going to, I think, Councillor Richter.
Yeah,
wait
I
for-
do
come
have
back.
a question,
Okay. Oh, there you
actually.
are. Okay.
This is the E2, right?
Yes, E2, yes.
Okay, the fast food drive-in in that location.
Yes.
We've received some emails from members of the public that are quite concerned about the increasing traffic that will be going in and out of this corner property because of the drive-through and its close proximity to neighboring residential. And having dealt with issues between neighboring residential and drive-throughs in the past, Aldergrove has been one of them. I'm not very supportive of us allowing a fast food drive-through in this particular location. I think there are other locations that are more suited to fast food drive-throughs, so I will not be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I'm just again concerned about the power lines. I see the big. I know. I had a look at it. I just wonder. There's a right of way through there, and we have had problems with people going on the right of way and all along that right through Walnut Grove, and kind of laying claim. Is there going to be a problem with picnic tables maybe being put out there, which maybe isn't a problem, but it may become a legal problem for the township? I guess you can't look in your crystal ball, but I'm just concerned about having a drive-in and a restaurant there and getting out of your car and eating it, and then all of a sudden have issues that way.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So maybe Mr. Seffi can explain. It looks like the property to the south, if that's a greenway, and I don't think they wouldn't be allowed to put picnic tables on that greenway as it's municipal property, but people could go out there and have a sandwich if they wanted to. Mr. Seffi, can you
Sure.
maybe just clarify what that green space is?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to perhaps share the slides with council. The proposed drive-through, Your Worship, which is in compliance with the existing zone of the property, is completely contained within the northern portion out of the greenway area that was referenced by Councillor Davis. As you can see, perhaps on this map here, this is proposed building D, which is a subject development permit application. There are currently 3 buildings on the property: building A, building B, both of which are single-story buildings, as well as building C, which was the most recent building approved by council, a 4-story office building, which is closest to the greenway. And this proposed commercial building, the fast food restaurant, is building D, which is where the cursor is showing right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I like the design of this. I think that it fits well with the other buildings that they've put in there. I think it makes it for an overall well-designed development. This is along a commercial area. The road, 96th Avenue in that area is almost mostly commercial. You'd have to go further down east to get into some residential area, but it is still primarily a double lane road until you get a little further east, and then it moves into single lane. 96 is a sort of a popular road to drive through in Walnut Grove, largely commercial. 201st, which is this street here, is a largely commercial area. So I think it suits it. It suits the area, and I think it fits well with their other buildings. So I'm certainly supportive of it.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm unable to actually support this, and it's mostly because of the fact of having this drive-through. I really struggle with the fact that we have this huge disconnect between our climate action plan. At the same time, we were planning for opportunities for people to sit and line up maybe 24/7 in their cars, spewing emissions. So I'm really troubled by the fact, I know that we allow these, But I think that we really start to look at what our strategy is, because we're totally undermining what the overall plan is. And if we're spending millions of dollars in other areas, transportation is our biggest cause of emissions, and it's something we need to do something about. And I know from past discussions, people find these very convenient, and there's all sorts of rationales as to why we want to do this. But if I look down the road in 10 or 20 years, I really ask myself, how good are we going to feel about all of these drive-throughs that are more or less obsolete? And I would rather the company be a bit proactive and look at ways of utilizing part of their property for outdoor seating if that's what people want because of COVID. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Well, yeah, it won't be long till many of us will be driving our electric car through those drive-throughs. But anyway, no, I did want to comment that there are some points about some commercial endeavors had some concerns about parking, and I know that they met the bylaw, and they're not really that close to residential. In fact, three sides, major roads and commercial in the area. So it makes sense if you're going to put something, this is the place to put it. I think our staff were probably supportive of making the applicant go through the necessary steps to indeed mitigate those concerns regarding residential. So I'm supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further discussion, so I'll call the question on E2. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson and Councillor Richter opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. Move on to E3, and this is Council Process Committee ordering of upcoming agenda items. I think it falls from our last workshop, and really it's just to confirm the discussion. So I know it was a large agenda package. Thank you to the clerk for putting all the background in there. It was
3.5 inches.
Good for my exercise to carry that around, although I decided digitally. So it's been moved. Sorry, who moved it? Councillor Davis. Any seconder? Is there a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Kunst. See no discussion. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you.
I haven't read the whole thing.
Yeah, I know you're working on it. Work your way through it, but it'll come in bite-sized pieces as we move on to our meetings to discuss them more fully. E4, Agricultural Land Commission application number 62184. This is the one we heard delegation, Mr. Lloyd. Could I have a motion to get on the motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh and a seconder.
I'll make the motion to.
Can I have a second, please?
You don't know my motion yet.
Oh, okay, your motion. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Whitmarsh.
My motion is to refer it to the ALC for consideration based on agriculture merits.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Kunst. Councillor Ferguson. You're muted, or can't hear you.
Yeah, my only suggestion, I mean, I don't have any problem with the motion, but we might be a bit premature. The applicant had said that he's going to be meeting with staff and going through a number of steps. And I would think that as much information as he had and possible to proceed to the Land Commission would be helpful. So my only end would be refer until after they've met with our staff at Township. Yeah, and I'm not sure if you'll wait till all the discussion or until this, Mr. Mayor.
Maybe I can ask Mr. Seffi if he can clarify that, if there's a meeting, and then with this, whether if we pass it tonight, is this going to go after that discussion? How would that process work, Mr. Seffi?
But thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity. I checked with staff as the delegate was speaking, and staff is not aware of any meetings that have been scheduled. Having said that, even if there is a meeting that is being scheduled, that is a request of the applicant, we don't anticipate any information that will be new to us. We're aware of the history of the site going back to 2016, and it will not, any meetings that may occur will not be changing the fact that this does require, if endorsed by Council, Agricultural Land Commission approval.
Thank you. That helps clarify. Councillor Arneson.
Oh, thank you, Worship. Well, I'm glad Mr. Safey was able to give us some further advice about that, because that would be, my thought is it would be preferable to put it forward. I don't think I'm going to be able to send this forward to the ALC, because I think listening to the delegation and to the engineer, I think the fundamental problem is that you have to figure out the flooding first before you're making an application. I don't think you can tease out those two parts, and one, I think, precedes the other. So I understand that there is some viability of the agricultural use, but I think that it would be preferable if it was worked forward to try and figure out what's causing the flooding, because it's not going to get any better on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yes, I would like to echo Councillor Arneson's points. And if this fill application occurred in 2004, which is in my mind the contemporary period, because we started getting a lot of issues around drainage and fill applications coming through shortly thereafter. I think council needs to have a bit of a history on the property to the south, what arrangements were made to drain the property to the north. Was there any provisions to keep that pipe open? Is there any legal reason to keep the pipe open? There seems to me an awful lot of background information that we don't have in this case, and I agree with Councillor Arneson. Before we send this forward to the ALC, I think we should be fully aware of the background. So I would like to propose and move a deferral motion to the next meeting or shortly thereafter, so that staff can provide council with the background details on the fill application to the south, which was approved by a council back then, or by staff back then, and now it seems to be creating problems for the property to the north. Something's not right here, so that's my deferral motion.
Okay.
To defer for
that,
staff.
Sure. Just hold on. Yeah, thank you. I do have two members of council probably wish to ask questions, so if we can just hold on to that. I'll come back to the deferral so we can get these questions answered. And Mr. Steffi, perhaps you have some background information that you could provide to council concerning Councillor Richter's questions and concerns.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if the slide is being viewed by council, Your Worship.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, it's on.
So I've got the slide that shows the ownership, as well as the fact that this may relate to drainage. However, we should keep in mind that in order for anyone, whether it's a township or owners, to be able to address drainage issues through importation of fill, it requires a whole process that includes involving a qualified professional, but ultimately it has to be endorsed by the Township of Langley and the Land Commission if in fact it involves importation of fill. Now, the property to the south, which is owned by the Johnson family, there was some discussion about what may have happened historically, but as you can see on this slide, Your Worship, any deposit of soil was also unpermitted. So drainage issues on these two properties are really between private properties. We do not have a right-of-way. We do not have a municipal road allowance. As you can see, even the access is through a private easement arrangement between these properties. So there's no road connecting from 232nd to the two properties at the back, which are accessed off this shared driveway. So I think what I'm suggesting is that the filling of properties should be separate from drainage issues. It should not be the reason for people to start filling to address drainage issues, because that has to be part and parcel of the whole application process, which includes, by necessity, involving qualified professionals and obtaining the necessary permits, which has not occurred neither on the Lloyd property nor the Johnson property.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go through the question, go through the councillors, and then come back if Councillor Richter still wishes to make that deferral. Councillor Davis.
Yes, I feel Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Councillor Richter, I feel a little confused here also. Because I don't want to not vote for this, but there is a problem with drainage, and if we support this to the ALC and then Mr. Steffi said a real big word there, I can't even remember what the word it was, but it made sense. When you put fill in, and I can see a problem here because it's flooding at this point is going to be between neighbors, and there's always two sides to the story, and who's in control of the pipe, but I don't. We got to deal with that drainage problem before I would feel comfortable sending it to the ALC, because we ALC don't necessarily know the drainage problem at this point. I'm sure it'll all be in the report, but so I'm interested to hear what Councillor Richter has to say. Over.
So just to be clear, and Mr. Seffi can help, this is for moving to the ALC for their consideration, but it is fill that's already there. That if this doesn't go, we can defer it and get more information, no problem there. But if it doesn't go, then that fill has to be removed. So that's what we're doing now. Is my impression that this fill is put on. There wasn't a permit. It was the proponent was asked to stop. He did. He went through a process, and he's going through the process now to get the proper permitting. So the fill's already there. We're not. So what's going to happen is if council was to not send this forward, then the proponent would have to remove that fill at this point. So certainly a deferral if we want to get more information, but maybe Mr. Seffi can give a little bit further background on the complexity of this application and what we're actually dealing with. I don't think we're dealing with more fill coming in. We're dealing with retaining the fill that's already there and him getting the proper permitting in place for non-farm use. Mr. Seffi.
Thank you, Your Worship. You are correct. The request, the endorsement request that has to go to the Agricultural Land Commission, Your Worship, through council, is really to allow, as you have outlined, the ability by the Lloyd family to retain what has already been placed on the property. Now, the permitting process that was not followed, that was foregone, would have taken care of any drainage issues, because that's typically an integral part of the permitting process. But because there was no permit applied for nor issued, the fill has been deposited there. I guess if you want to put it another way, the applicant is seeking a relief from enforcement action, because if it was not endorsed by council, then the relief that we will be seeking would be compliance with the soil deposit bylaw, which requires removal of what has been placed illegally or without authorization. So that is something that the applicant, through the application process, is seeking to avoid, the removal of the fill from the property, as part of which drainage issues could be addressed, because that is typically part of our permitting process, if endorsed by council as a concept. In this case, as you said, Your Worship, the fill has already been deposited, and it's really a matter of trying to formalize that or legalize that such that it can be retained.
Okay, thank you. So if this was to go to the ALC and the ALC was then to say no, then the fill would have to be removed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and if the ALC was to say yes, would he then have to come back with a proper engineered design to mitigate the drainage issue?
That's correct, Your Worship. That will be part of our permitting process. And typically, I can't say for sure, but I can just say based on past experience, the Land Commission is also equally interested in drainage matters as well, because that often impedes proper farming or efficient farming, I should say. So the Agricultural Land Commission may also, independently of the Township of Langley, require addressing of drainage issues as part of their permitting process.
Sure. So, okay, that helps that clarification. And so, Councillor Davis, hopefully that helps. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, that clarification was very helpful, because it was my thinking that by going through the permitting process, there would be an investigation into drainage issues. There would have to be a proper drainage plan as part of the permitting process. And unless it gets approved by the ALC, we don't enter into a proper permitting process. So really, this is the first stage. This will deal with the drainage issues. If the ALC says yes, then we start the permit process, which includes having a drainage plan. If the ALC says no, then they're removing the fill anyways, and the issue is moot. So to me, the proper process is to start by sending it to the ALC and having their decision. So I continue to support the motion that's on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, I mean, we spent so much time with the delegate in terms of the drainage issue, and really, I think finally getting down to really what has to happen. Yeah, and referring it is probably the only way we're going to deal with it. So I heard about solving the issue first, but really, this is the way by which we need to solve the issue, in my opinion. And I just want to know if staff concur with that. Secondly, just a side note, I'm having a difficult time hearing Mr. Saifi. I don't know if he could get closer to the microphone.
Sure.
But anyway, so I think we're getting to a conclusion here. Just to confirm then, the real way to solve the drainage issue is to refer it. But I mean, if the ALC refuse it, it may not be a moot point because removing that soil is going to be a whole nother issue. So I'm asking a second question. If the ALC does not approve it, and we ask the proponent to remove his fill, what happens to the neighbor to the south, I think it is? Does he have to remove his fill too?
Mr. Saifi?
Well, Your Worship, each site is dealt with independently as part of a separate process. This, regardless of what happens with this site, the neighbor to the south will have to address their issues, if there are any. I'm not aware of what the status is with respect to enforcement on that property, but I am aware of drainage issues because staff have been trying to deal with drainage issues. And as Mr. Lloyd himself admitted, there are some I guess, neighbor to neighbor concerns, disputes, if you can call them that need to be addressed regardless of whether there's fill or not. The natural topography of the area is such that drainage naturally goes from one side, runoff, rainfall goes from one side to the other side. So they'll have to deal with that at some point, whether there's filling or not, and whether the material that's been deposited is removed or not.
Okay, thanks. Well, I still think the right thing to do would be to refer it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Richter, I'm going to return to you. Do you still wish to make a deferral motion?
Yes, but I would like Mr. Saifi to put that map back up because I think that there's another piece of information that we weren't aware of, which makes it even more important for us to get the background on this.
Saifi? Just put the map back up and there we go. It's coming up. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he's got unpermitted soil on the south property, unpermitted soil on the north property. According to the delegation we've received, the neighbor to the south is complaining that his basement is being flooded. But where is the pond? Is this the pond that the pipe's been turned off to? And why would he get to put unpermitted soil in that we're not asking to have removed if we're asking to have the north property's unpermitted soil to be removed? So yes, I am very interested in proceeding to get a deferral on this to staff for a background report. I'd like to know what arrangement was in place between the township and the property to the south in terms of a drainage pipe and I guess, a regulated soil deposit permit, because the map that Mr. Saifi put up doesn't show that.
Your Worship, just to confirm, there are no municipal pipes. Anything that may have been put in the ground has been on private property by private property owners without the consent or the need for consent of the Township of Langley. As I said earlier, there are no rights of way, there are no public roads between these two properties, so any piping would have been on private property on their own accord without any permitting process from the township.
Okay, so the property to the south did not receive a permit, a soil permit?
There was unpermitted soil deposited, but my understanding is that they're currently working on the same kind of path as the Lloyd to the north in terms of not only bringing their existing fill that was deposited without a permit into compliance, but also adding to it through the proper permitting process.
Okay, well, yes, Mr. Mayor, I still want a deferral of this motion for a background report from staff. I'd like to know what evidence or materials or documentation staff have relative to the soils that went onto these two properties.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds it. So on the deferral, I have Ferguson. Your hand was up, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so
that's
on
correct.
the deferral.
Yes, on the deferral. I think it's important to defer. I think it's important for the respect of the vote, because I think if we were to send it off to the ALC, they would be saying as us. Well, what's going on? What's the Township of Langley allowing illegal fill? And so that would be something we would like to clarify ourselves on both those properties. Which thank you, Mr. Safey, for putting that up. There's a lot of confusion here, and if we can it'll be tried, because I really respect what staff have done. They're in a real challenging situation. So I really respect what your engineering in your department, Mr. Safey, have done, because these are not easy things. I mean, I just think it's the best thing to do out of respect for the property to actually refer the actual document to the next meeting or a time in the future. And oh, by the way, I'm not alone. I can't hear Mr. Safey since we began Zoom.
Okay, so, I just want to be clear. TWL has never authorized an illegal fill. So this is the property owner going through a process when brought to his attention from Township of Langley. He had to go through a process to make an application. So just be clear, it's never been authorized by Township of Langley. So, and I think whether council decides to move it forward or not, doesn't lay any blame that we're authorizing. We're just going through a process. Councillor Long.
Yeah, Your Worship. No, I can't support the deferral. There is no more information. Mr. Safey said several times there is no more information that they can really shed upon this situation that's going to help council. It's going to muddle it up in a way. The proper course of action is being contemplated, where go and get proper permission to put a fill there, then come back and fulfill all the permitting requirements that you didn't do when you put the unpermitted fill there. So first, it has to be approved by the ALC that it is a farm of benefit to farming, I guess, even though it's a non-farm use, I suppose. First, they approve it, and they'll be looking at all the aspects, as Mr. Safey had said. Then it comes back to us for preparing of the permitting that never happened. This is a method by referring it to the ALC is a way of fixing what wasn't done properly in the past, in my opinion. I think that's been explained a couple of times. Deferring it is going to just, I just don't understand how that can possibly help. Let's fix what went wrong by referring it to the ALC and see what they say first, and then take it from there.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
I agree. I'm going to support the referral, Councillor Long, but we're going to fix one piece of property when maybe the other piece of property is the one that's causing the flooding, and we're not even going to talk about that one. So that's why I think we got to fix both of them. And I think that I'm sure we can get some more information. I'm more comfortable letting it go another meeting. And because, to take it to Mr. Lloyd, if it doesn't get done, he's got to take that fill out. That could be not the result he wants either. So I think he wants the result, but I'm going to support the motion anyhow. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further discussion on the deferral motion, so I'll call the question on deferral. All those in favor and opposed? So Mayor Froese, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Long, Councillor Kunst, Councillor Woodward are opposed. Deferral fails.
Sorry, Mayor Froese. Councillor Whitmarsh voted in favor of the deferral.
Oh, sorry. I saw your hand up. So I'm going to go through again. So those opposed to the deferral. Opposed to the deferral. That's the confusion part when you put your hand up. Councillor Froese, Mayor Froese, I get the motion for that. Mayor Froese, Councillor Long, Councillor Kunst, and Councillor Woodward. So the deferral does carry. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to E5. It's non-farm use council resolution for new service washrooms and infrastructure at Derby Regional Park. This is applied by Metro Vancouver. Could I have a motion, please?
I will move it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Richter, and second by Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, your question?
Could I just quickly, I don't know how I can even ask any questions about an outhouse.
I'm sure you can.
It says I've got a receipt from the Township of Langley back in 1974 you'd like to take a look at about an outhouse. Anyhow, in the report, it says, I should pay attention instead of being cheeky. It says outhouse and associated, okay, E5. Let me go to E5. Havens. I just wanted to know what
accessory room.
Maybe accessory rooms. What does that mean? Because they're right on the river there, and they're right in the sand, and I just wondered what that really meant. Can I ask that to Mr. Steffi?
Yes,
I
Mr.
can
Steffi.
hear you really good, Raman.
Yeah, Mr. Steffi.
Thank you, Your Worship. The accessories, I guess, to the washroom are outlined on page 2 of the council report, and they include mostly or predominantly the septic field that's going to be required. So that is going to require additional landscaping. It's going to require some preloading. It's going to require some fencing. So those are the associated, I guess, components of the washroom facility.
Okay, thank you. I must have missed that. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just want to bring to council's attention how important having this particular facility in a regional park is. I think I've reported fairly regularly in the recent past about the extraordinary increase in use of Metro Park facilities due to COVID. Derby Reach is no exception. We do need to have washroom facilities there to accommodate the increasing use of pressure on that park. The other issue at play here is that this is an ALR property, which means that it has to go through an ALR process, which is why it is here. So I'm hopeful that council will support adding this this facility. I think it's an important one for this park, for the region, and also for this park for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. This could be a legacy project for us. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor and opposed? And carries unanimously. Thank you. And move on to E6. This is Agriculture Land Commission application number 10386. Blankstein, this is actually the Ministry of Forests and Lands, Natural Resources, regarding the owl sanctuary. Could I have a motion, please, on E6? Councillor Long, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, I've got Councillor Richter. Councillor Richter?
Sorry, they've changed the Zoom format. The raise hand button is moved.
Oh, okay. Oh, you've got an update. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. At great cost time-wise today. I was just wondering why it is necessary to turn this into 2 rural lots. Why can't it just stay 1 rural lot and the owls still be protected?
Maybe Mr. Seffi, can you?
Thank you, yes, Your Worship. I think to simply put it, Your Worship, because a private resident would not necessarily have the interest of protecting the endangered species, the spotted owls, that a provincial government agency would have. So this is to make sure that the actual title transfers to the province, and through that there's more formal protection of the endangered species.
And do we know that they will be protected if this goes forward, that the province isn't just going to, carve this out and sell it off as a separate residential property?
Well, I guess, Your Worship, we know as much as what we have been advised by the province, which we have no reason to not accept.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson opposed and Councillor Davis opposed, and it carries. Thank you. Move on to E7. It's the budget transfer for water network. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Davis. Discussion. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I had some questions on this with regards to the logic or the reasoning that's being used in the report to justify this, as well as the fact that it's an extra $1 million. So on page 1 of the report, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, it says that this has to be done to ensure availability of adequate water supply during the peak summer period, as well as for firefighting purposes should the need arise. Why are we proceeding to do this now when we haven't even had the report from Metro Vancouver Water and made a decision as to whether we're going to go back to blended water as opposed to staying with Metro Water? It almost seems to me that we're building capacity to go back to blended water when council hasn't made that decision. Because it says at the bottom of the next paragraph, fire protection, peak summer demand, and future growth. Well, what future growth are we referring to here? Are we referring to future growth in Brookswood, or are we referring to future growth in Murrayville? So what exactly does that mean?
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Sefi. I know that I did pose that similar question, and whichever way we go, the infrastructure is required, but Mr. Sefi can maybe explain a little bit deeper.
And can we also have an explanation as to why it was 1.65 and now we need an extra million to put into it, so it's 2.65? I didn't get that one either.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sefi?
Thank you, Worship. I will share the screen such that we can actually have something to look at in terms of the various phases of this project, which has always been anticipated, Your Worship, and you're correct in that it is needed regardless of...
Your Worship, can Mr. Sefi improve the audio? We're still having difficulty on hearing.
I'm doing my best. Your Worship, can I just maybe ask you to confirm whether...
I can hear you quite well. It might be some members of council that maybe increase their volume. It could be
I can hear
technology. Yeah, I can hear quite well too.
I can hear.
Oh.
Yeah, so it might be Councillor Long, you might have an issue at your end.
Okay.
But he'll do his best. Mr. Sefi, go ahead.
I will try to project more, Your Worship. So what I was saying, Your Worship, this is phase 1 of a multi-phase project that has always been anticipated ever since we contemplated the council directed to proceed with the East Langley Water Supply Project. The fact that we are a growing municipality is what's referenced in the actual report. This is a DCC project that has always been anticipated as part of the DCC program. In fact, within the DCC program, the report also references the cost that has been anticipated at $4.3 million in the DCC program. So what we're doing is actually having to do this work sooner than what we had anticipated. And that is what has been referenced in the staff report because of a couple of reasons. One of which is the fact that we have had an issue with the Murrayville Reservoir, which has outlived its life. So that's been taken out of commission, as well as the fact that we no longer have the wells that we used to have in the Murrayville Brookswood area that was directed by council to be decommissioned. So those two facts have accelerated the project, but nevertheless, this project has always been anticipated, and it is not to suggest that the costs have increased, but rather to suggest that we didn't have enough money to begin with, Your Worship. And now we're trying to advise council, we're informing council that this has become a bit more urgent because of the fact that based on current calculations, we may be in a position of not being able to supply the water demand of the residents during the summer peak period. And in fact, should, God forbid, a emergency situation happen with firefighting. So because of those reasons, we are suggesting that additional DCC funds be set aside, transferred by council, which we do have available for this project that has now become a bit more urgent, as I said, because of the reasons that were outlined. And Your Worship, as I said, there's funding available, so it is not a question of having to impact general revenue because it's DCC funded. And the project, the first phase of the project, Your Worship, entails what you see on the screen going from the pump station by providing a fire pump within the existing brown pump station at 52nd and 224th Street, which is where the cursor is showing. and extending a trunk water main, which is actually quite large, 600 millimeter diameter, from 52nd Avenue to Fraser Highway. So this will provide what we need in the interim, and then ultimately this will be extended as part of the next phase to go all the way down to Olier Road. The other, I guess, point that I wish to just to share again, it's already in the staff report, Your Worship, but that is the fact that the preliminary investigation that's been conducted shows heavy metals in the soils in the area. And the consultant saying that in order for us to environmentally appropriately dispose of that soil, when we go through the construction process, that will likely trigger a significant cost. So that is one of the reasons why additional funds have been necessitated.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Davis. First, Councillor Richter. Did that answer your question, Councillor Richter? Your hand still up.
Yes and no. So as a supplementary question, I would ask, if we were to have a dry summer this summer and maybe some grass fires, I don't know, in that particular area right now, is there not enough pipe capacity to put metro water through to deal with it?
Mr. Sefi?
Your Worship, that is a difficult question because it depends on the period of time that a fire needs to be fought, if you will. So our system, when our engineers go through the design process to design pipes and pumps, it's based on the worst case scenario for fighting a fire that is typically driven by industrial or commercial type of a fire situation, fire event, which requires a longer period of fighting. So what we're saying is what we need to do is follow the normal standard, the normal process, the normal best management practice, which is to ensure that our system is capable of fighting the worst case scenario.
But if we did undertake this right now, we're still not going to have that capacity for this coming summer, are we?
That is the intent, Your Worship, yes, for us to start immediately and have the design process completed and have the construction process completed in time for the summer peak period.
This year, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Quickly, is it just phase one or is it phase two? Phase one just goes to Fraser Highway. Are we going to continue phase two also this right now?
No, Your Worship, phase two is scheduled for future years. Phase one is up to Fraser Highway at this point.
Okay, so that'll get us up to Fraser Highway. Yep. Well, my dad would say, why don't you take it right to Zero Avenue and do the job properly? Anyhow, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I see no further questions or discussions. So I'll call the question on E7. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Worship, can we have a short recess? It's been 2 hours.
Sure. Well, it's almost 2 hours. Let's go through, it's not quite 2 hours yet. Let's go through a couple and then we'll have a recess. If we can.
Just before we go into first and second readings, because this next one could be too long.
Okay, 5 minutes. Be back at 3 o'clock. How's that? I have no problem with that. 3 o'clock. Thanks. Yeah. All right, if everyone can just put the cameras on, ensure attendance again. See if everyone made it back. Councillor Kunst, Councillor Ferguson. All right, everyone's here. Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting. So we'll move on to bylaws for first and second reading. F1 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100207 and development permit application number 101106 side developments. It's bylaws 5702 and 5703. Do I have a motion, please? First, second. Councilor Davis, second by Councilor Arneson. Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions on this one. Basically, we're putting 233 townhouses in this area, and there's tandem parking involved, which I'm not a big fan of. And I was curious why there was no significant trees. Did they cut everything down before they even bothered to put this application in?
Mr. Seffi?
Your Worship, if that was to be the case, Your Worship, it would have been part of the staff report. So the applicant themselves did not remove any trees. So all I can suggest, the assumption by staff is that any trees that may have existed on the site would have been removed as part of prior home construction on the properties. There are 8 properties involved, and I think any significant trees that may have existed would have been removed as part of prior processes that predate the current application.
Okay, well, I mean, how much before predating this current application? Because when I look at the picture that's on page 1, it's clear to me there's quite a few trees on that property or on those properties in aggregate. And I find it hard to believe there's not one significant tree left. And so my question is this a new tactic that's being used by developers, that they ask people to clear their properties before they purchase them? Do we have any evidence of that?
Your Worship, there's no evidence of that. And maybe what I can do is just, again, quickly share with council my slide. And what I can do is, this is from our geosource mapping information. The area, as council is aware, is around 72nd, just north of 68 on 202B Street, on the east side of 202B Street, where my cursor is pointing out right now. So even though there are some trees there, as you can see, they are not deemed to have the diameter and the height that the bylaw identifies as being a significant tree. And if I was to go back and show council the history of the site, going back to, say, start with 1994. This is the earliest aerial photography that we have. And then 1999. So it looks like there may have been some clearing in the early 2000s, or maybe between 99 and 2001. I don't know if this is clear for council or not, but this seems to indicate that, you know, it's been over 20 years since trees may have been removed from the properties.
Okay, so the picture. Okay, is that the current picture?
This is the current aerial, yes.
This is the current area. So I still see stands of trees there.
Yes, but as I said, Your Worship, the trees that you can see there are likely, well, not likely for sure, they have not been identified by the arborist, retained by the applicant as meeting the definition of our bylaw with respect to a significant tree.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Davis? You're muted, or you're not, Councilor Davis, you're not coming through. I don't know if it's a mute or.
Sorry,
yeah,
I took that up on the break.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for the break. Okay, it's a big project, a lot of townhouses. And in light of having fires, is this, I know it probably is, but is this accessible to fight a fire? Like, if you look at some of the pictures in it, you know, I saw some of those fire trucks by the 10208, and I know they can reach a long way, but I don't know. Maybe just every once in a while we need to kind of recheck things. And if a fire breaks out, are we going to be able to get in there and fight fire properly? And I kind of half suspect we will, but Yeah, we have to consider that.
That's right. These are reviewed by the fire department, all the street access, and this is townhouse, not condominium. So you can see there's quite an extensive road network for them to get at it. But I believe the fire department does a review. Mr. Seffi, can you maybe?
That's correct, Your Worship. Part of our normal process includes referral to the fire department to ensure that not just the building code, which does have fire prevention and firefighting requirements, but beyond that, anything that the fire department may require that has not been picked up by the building department staff is already or taken into account.
Okay. Also, I just a comment is when they're building them, sometimes roads are garbage bins and construction guys, cars, and all that can be in the way. And but I guess that's that they take that into consideration. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Long.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just have two questions. The map's been removed, but the blank area, depending which map you look at, but there is a chunk there that isn't part of the development. It fronts 202B Street. Can staff make comment as to what will happen there? Is there something scheduled for in there, or a detention pond or something? No, it's an institutional chunk, isn't it?
Looks like an existing building.
Your Worship, I think maybe Councillor Long is referring to this piece here.
Yes, I am.
Which is an existing developed property for I guess a kindergarten school, institutional use based on the community plan is the blue area.
Mm-hmm. So it's not planning to be developed. It's just staying the way it is.
It is, yes. It has been developed in the past 10 years.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Now, the other comment I just had, Your Worship, is that you made a motion, or the council approved a motion the other day about virtual public information meetings. Both this and other applications in today's agenda are still going under the old policy, by which we paused them because of COVID. I'm not suggesting we go backwards, but I just thought it brought up the question I had is when will those be allowed to go, or when will developers have them? Because as someone mentioned earlier, this is a very large development, and it would have been nice to have some public input. But do you feel that'll happen very soon?
Yeah, I'll just find out what the process is. Mr. Seffi, what's the process on that motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity. Your Worship, staff had hope. In fact, staff was working overtime to try and present council with the outline of the policy amendment that council will have to approve before we start implementing the will of council for today. But unfortunately, we were not able to make that happen. So our next available opportunity, our target is the May 10th meeting.
But the applications that are in stream, would they be required to go back and have these meetings, or are they going to be only new applications that would have to do that?
That will depend on council, Your Worship. Council can direct staff to amend the policy to require all applications, regardless of where they are in the process, to go back. But I think the way that we're going to proceed is to not push applications to go back, but rather pick up from those that have not yet made it to council.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Well, just going back to this development, I know there were some comments made earlier, which I'm glad was set straight in terms of trees and so forth, but I might want to also laud the development as being, quite ambitious. You got suites from 1,600 square feet to 2,300 square feet. So certainly this is an area for families, affordable housing perhaps for families. So I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no further discussion, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Richter opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. Go on to F2. F2 is rezoning application number 100652. It's Alvar Development Limited, bylaw 5701. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Davis moves. Seconder is Councillor Kunst. Councillor Richter.
Yeah. Again, this goes back to trees. Like here's a 1.96 acre property that has 12 significant trees on it. basically in the same area as the previous one. And again, only 3 of these trees will be retained. However, at least they're trying to retain some of them, unlike the previous application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed?
I'm opposed.
And Councillor Richter opposed. The motion carries. Thank you.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Is Councillor Richter accusing the developer of doing something? She's trying to make this assertion that there's something.
No, yeah, I don't think she has. She's made a comment, but it's not an accusation. So thank you. All right, going to move on to bylaws of first, second, third, and final adoption. G1 is the 2021 Langley Annual Rates and Tax Collection Bylaw for Universal Services, bylaw number 5695. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson, and seconder is Councillor Davis. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just want to go on the record. Once again, I do not support a 3.99% tax increase this year.
Thank you. And Councillor Long.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just want to make a comment here and maybe correct something that may be wrong. So when I'm looking through, I mean, there's a whole number of chapters that we're looking at here with recreation and other permits and so forth. But when you look at recreation, first of all, it mentions about the super senior rate, which council approved a year or two ago. But I didn't think that that applied to the ACUCC water park. I mean, what senior over 80 years old is going to use that? So I'd like clarification. Is that an error that's been made?
Okay, are we on this? Sorry.
Am I not?
We're on G1. Is that in the G1? I'm just not sure.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's in G1?
It is,
it's
yeah.
G2.
Oh!
Fees and charges is G2.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's no problem. Just hold off on that then. Okay. Okay, I'll call the question on G1. All those in favor? And opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. Thank you. Now we move to G2. Langley fees and charges bylaw amendment, bylaw number 5696. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Kunst. Councillor Long, now you can ask a question.
Okay, so now I'm asking about that super senior rate. Is it supposed to apply to the water park in Aldergrove? And if it is,
the water park. Okay.
But I just thought that was odd. So I'll just leave that as a comment. The other thing is, I just think that the fees are unrealistic for the water. I'm talking strictly about the water park right now. That when you look at the fees that are being proposed, even though there's a slight increase, it just doesn't make sense that you'd only be paying, $5 or $6 to use the water park. Now it may be quasi moot. It's not moot, but of course, right now with COVID, it's not an issue. But when we resume operations there, do you realize? I wonder if council realizes that to go bowling costs about $5 an hour, plus you have to rent shoes for $2 or $3. So I just think that I just want to make comment, and I hope it'll be recorded, that I feel that those rates are unreasonably low for the water park. And we've had discussions and we'll have future discussions about trying to be a bit more fiscally responsible in terms of user fees and so forth. But it just to me seems to be incredibly low, and council had an opportunity to raise them a couple of years ago and chose not to. Fine. But it's really something that we need to consider in the future, that they need to be realistic fees.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah. So is this typical that we would raise our fees to this degree? I mean, I'm more talking about permits, and I'm not saying that I have a problem with it. I'm just thinking, is this something that we just haven't done for a long time, and that's why we're going from, like, say, for example, a sandwich board sign from a permit fee $75 to $125, just through your worship to staff.
Sure. Mr. Backen, who you refer that to?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start. The fees and charges are reviewed, I guess, probably on every 2 or 3 year basis. We try to do them annually, but we have to go in segments. And the first part of it is the canvassing of what other jurisdictions are doing. And the second then is what our actual charges are. The fundamental premise behind our fees and services is that we should be recovering our costs associated with the fee or service. And what I think you're seeing here is a collision of both of those. A bit of a gap because of some of the COVID implications, a bit of a survey of what's going on elsewhere. And then finally, we have the fact that we are trying to stay within the spirit and intent of covering off our actual costs, because that's what our fees and charges are aimed at doing.
So do you anticipate that we would do this again next year, or would that just be something that we just do every multiple years?
I think what we would tend to see is there would be a smaller increase in the off years, and then when ideally we'd review them every year. But I think in the some years it'd be a smaller increment. Then there's the catch-up increment. That's what you're seeing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And through Your Worship to staff, I have a couple of questions. The first one is sort of a general question. In the report, I found that there was a reference to a 5% increase. And so I assumed that that had to do with extra cleaning costs. There was probably some mention of the rationale for that. And I'm just wondering the degree to which that percentage calculation is specifically related to COVID and whether or not that could be reviewed in terms of when people are immunized and we don't have those kind of protocol requirements that require so much extra cleaning and staff. That would be my first question.
Your Worship, so I think we would say it's significant, and I think you're correct that in a post-COVID environment it can be reassessed. However, we would be cautious in that we probably would never return to the previous status quo. I think what we would see is there's going to be an expectation of the public that there be enhanced cleaning, perhaps not as much as we're seeing now, but beyond what we've seen historically, and it'll take some time to find that middle ground. So I think your premise is correct. It would likely be reassessed and reduced, but probably not to its previous levels.
Okay, thank you. And my second question had to do with the calculation for the $150 non-refundable fee for tree permits. So the tree cutting permits are now going to be pegged at $150. And I understand the user pay approach to try and defray some of the costs. But I'm wondering whether or not this is based, for example, on the volume of tree cutting permits that we had in the last year when we had a tree bylaw, because I'm trying to make an assessment as to how staff arrived at that specific number.
Mr. Sefi, you might be the person in the best position to talk about the tree bylaw and the implications of its arrival and its implementation.
Thank you, Mr. Backen, and Your Worship, through you to Councillor Arneson. The only amendment that we have done at this point, that we are proposing at this point, subject to Council's approval, Your Worship, is what we have found to be best practice, which is actually the application fee itself. We do not currently have an application fee that is part and parcel of the permitting process. It is based on the number of trees that may need to be eliminated, whether they're hazardous or not, removed rather. So while the entirety of the bylaw has been referred to the Tree Protection Advisory Committee of Council, and we will await their deliberation as to other amendments, if any. What we're suggesting at this point is the introduction of a new application fee to be incorporated. $150 per application.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that, and I am aware, as are others, that there's this ongoing review. So it would be a great opportunity, I think, to discuss this amongst TPAC in addition to the other conversations that we're having. It just seems to some degree that there, I know you have to start somewhere, and it's probably a best management practice, but I do wonder whether or not that's actually enough money if we're, entering into an era where it's going to be costing us more. I think that there are cost savings that one could find elsewhere that might defray some of them. I just want to find the right sweet spot for making sure that we're not putting an onerous burden on people, but at the same time, we're not underpricing what our actual cost is. So thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Just very quickly, Your Worship, if I may, this does not, fetter the committee's ability to advise to council to make a recommendation to either reduce or increase this fee.
Yeah, thank you. I understand. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I see no further discussion, so I will call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we move on to bylaws for consideration at third reading. And we have H1, rezoning application number 10606 and development permit application number 101162, flat architecture, bylaw 5688. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Davis. Any discussion? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just again want to note that there were 24 significant trees on this property and none will be retained.
Thank you. See no further discussion. All those in favor and opposed? And that carries. Councillor Richter is opposed, and that carries. Thank you. Move to bylaws for final adoption. And this is I1, Soil Bylaw Amendment, filling in areas subject to flooding. Bylaw 5639. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis and a seconder. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, just Mayor Frost, I got to declare a conflict on this for obvious reasons. The flooding areas include property that
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll just wait a minute. Thank you. All right, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that there was an addition of putting in the original mapping area there. I did have a question through Your Worship to staff about what the vintage of that mapping is. I know that there's updated mapping in terms of the floodplains that are being done with respect to climate change. So I just wondered what era this mapping came from, if it's the most up-to-date one that we have for the township.
Mr. Sefi.
Yes, Your Worship, it is the most up to date and it is constantly being updated. It's a snapshot in time, if you will. So it's ongoing. Its update is ongoing.
Okay.
It's the most recent one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See no further discussion, so I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed, and that carries unanimously. We'll ask Councillor Woodward back in. And so now we'll move on to correspondence. There are two items of correspondence. Could I have a motion to receive correspondence? Councillor Davis moves it. Councillor Arneson seconds it. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Long, your question.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to go through both. I mean, my comment on J1 is that it may not be the situation in the Township of Langley. That there seems to be perhaps different situations across the country and across the province and so forth. And Victoria would probably be affected by this particular thing. I don't know if that is the case in Langley, but I did want to speak to J2, if you allow me to, and that is about these development signs. Is it possible that we could move one of them? There's two signs, and one of them apparently is blocking the hotel. So would there be a problem removing that one and still keeping the other one?
Yeah, I'll find out from staff what the process is. I go by there all the time, and just anecdotally, it doesn't block that building. I usually see the beautiful building and not the sign, but I had to look for the sign the other day because I always look at the building. But Mr. Sefi, what's our process on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council may have seen or may have noted the communications with the owner of the hotel, Mr. Martin, in terms of the requirements of the bylaw, which preclude staff or the applicant removing the sign because it's a requirement for the signs to remain when on a corner when fronting two streets, for one sign on each fronting road to remain until after no more than 30 days after council has granted final reading to the application. As council may also recall, this application, the adjacent property to the hotel, has not yet reached that stage, and as such, the applicant cannot be required by staff without council direction to remove the sign. Now, I guess the compliance with bylaws is something that's completely discretionary. Well, let me rephrase that. Enforcement of our bylaws is a discretionary matter for staff. So if staff was to be directed to not enforce the bylaw in a certain circumstance, staff will take that as direction and not enforce it. And if that means to I guess, require actually the removal of a sign that would be in conflict, I should say, with the bylaw in this particular case, because of, I guess, other mitigating circumstances in the best public interest, staff will take that as direction as well. I look to Mr. Backen to provide other guidance or direction.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that, first of all, the proponent would have to take it down on his own initiative, and if we didn't enforce the bylaw, he wouldn't have to put it back up. But for us to go and tell him to take it down is a whole different matter. That's what I'm hearing. Is that right?
Your Worship, yeah, I can maybe just clarify. The bylaw requires the signs to remain.
Yeah.
And that's what the applicant has done. This sign is on private property, as does the bylaw call for. And as the mayor referenced, staff also, prior to communicating back with Mr. Martin's staff, did inspect the site. I personally walked the site. Other staff, bylaw enforcement staff, walked the site. And while it could be argued that from some angles, depending on whether one is walking or driving, there could be a visibility issue. For the most part, it doesn't create any concerns from staff's perspective.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, and thank you so much for that help. Now, where do you think fourth reading will be on that? Any idea? Your Worship, to the staff?
Your Worship, as council is aware, this is not something that is typically within staff control. So having said that, I do know the applicant is actively working on addressing the concerns. So it could be anything between 3 months to 9 months.
Well, thank you very much. I'll leave it at there.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis.
Sorry, you know what? I couldn't see why can't we just take the darn sign down? It's been there long enough. But if it's the law and it's been, we can report back now and say to Mr. Martins that it's the law. And Mr. Raman, did you say it was have to be there 30 days? Did I hear you say 30 days
30
after
days.
fourth reading?
Yes, that's what he said.
No, he
Okay,
said.
okay.
Mr. Steffi, maybe you can clarify. I thought that's what he said.
Thank you, Your Worship. It must be removed within 30 days of final reading.
Yeah, within 30 days, it has to be removed.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
can't.
maybe not too far along. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And just to clarify through Your Worship to Mr. Safi, so it seems to me that there is, for example, I understand how the bylaw is written, but it seems in some circumstances there may be some redundancy in terms of giving the public information about what's going on on that site, as well as the possibility that, for example, if you use an extreme situation, it might be 10 years while that sign is still there. If they haven't, for whatever reason, if they keep getting an extension because they can't meet their conditions. So wouldn't it be the case that council could give direction in order to advise staff that we wish to amend, at least in this one instance, our bylaw so that we could permit the owner to remove one sign? So it's more permissive than forcing him to do that. Would that be something we could do?
So, Your Worship, there are two ways that council could direct staff to proceed. One would be through a bylaw amendment, which I don't think is council's intention, based on what I've been hearing. And then the other one would be on a site-specific basis, based on broader community objectives, and that's completely within council's prerogative.
Thank you. That would be the latter. Would be the direction I would like to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
I think a lot's been said other than Mr. Safi's microphone's muffling a lot, but that's neither here nor there. I think, we'll wait for the report. And they get ugly after a while, and it's just a nuisance. And I understand the concern that Mr. Martin and others would have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for that. So we'll move on to minutes of committees. And K1 is Agriculture Advisory Economic Enhancement Committee of March 24th and Recreation, Culture and Parks Advisory Committee of April 14th. So K1, could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh and Councillor Coons, seconds, and discussion. All those in favor? And opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Long, you have a question?
Yes, I'm looking at the Recreation, Culture, Parks and Advisory Committee minutes. And item C, which is an update from Mr. Marshall. Is it item C? Oh, his name is C. Marshall. Well, anyway, there's an item in there with an update from Mr. Marshall on a number of park capital projects that are happening in the township. And the first one is an Aldergrove Public Plaza. So I don't know if there's any information that could come to council, perhaps in terms of a memo, or staff could comment now on where. Have I missed something that this outdoor plaza is going to be constructed somewhere in Aldergrove?
Could I just clarify? I'm lost. Where are we?
We're on the minutes of committees,
Councillor
and so Councillor Long is asking a question
okay.
of Recreation Culture Parks minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Seffi, could you provide some background?
Yeah, the page is page 11 of the report, where it talks about capital budget update.
Thank you, Your Worship. That, as I recall, or as I understand, because I wasn't in attendance myself, but I did have a chat with staff. I did discuss this matter. This was a request that was raised to staff, so staff provided the update in terms of the current cost projections as previously reported to council, which again, going based on memory, is about $250,000. Certainly, we can provide council with an update and a more comprehensive, I guess, status update if that is the will of council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I'd love to get that. I'm talking about the Aldergrove Public Plaza, right?
Yes.
Maybe we could get a memo if that's okay with you, Your Worship.
Yeah, I think Mr. Seffi said he could provide that. Thanks. I'll make a note of that. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I was at the meeting and I did chair the meeting actually because the community co-chair was having some difficulties with his service provider. And this particular item pertains to the old Alder Insight and the work that staff has been doing in order to prepare it for temporary public use in terms of like food trucks and playground equipment that can be easily moved around, that sort of thing. It was a very good report, and I want to also thank Mr. Marshall for the work that he did with the committee. The update that he gave to the committee on all of the items was extremely informative and extremely well received by the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to add for council's benefit, I would appreciate that memo as well. It would help speed up the process because I've been considering and working on a potential notice of motion there. That project ended up coming back quoted at that committee meeting as being pretty expensive. So I think we might want to reconsider that before committing a significant amount of dollars to that, because there might be some other options to just get on with redevelopment rather than putting a significant amount of money into a temporary amenity. And it was the figure I recall was 200,000. So I think before that money is spent, we might have an opportunity to reconsider that, and certainly would welcome Councillor Long's input or anyone else that wants to look at that. But it seemed like a pretty significant amount of money. I drove out there as well to have a look at it, and it seems perfectly suitable for the use on a temporary basis. So given that amount of money, and we're going to be spending a conversation here today on a much smaller amount of money, I think that maybe I'll bring forward some thoughts on reconsidering that. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, that's helpful. I appreciate Councillor Woodward suggesting that. I'm supportive of relooking at that as well. That is a fairly substantial sum of money, and I'd just like to take another look at it before we move ahead on that. So supportive of that.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, well, my concern is not so much about the money, but the public expectations. If you build this fabulous public plaza and it's a big hit, then how are you going to tear it down when you want to put the building up? So it's community expectations, I think, need to be considered here too. So I think the whole conversation is very worthy, and we should explore where we're going to go with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that exhausted K1. I'll go to K2. This is Agriculture Advisory and Economic Enhancement Committee motion, and that's to approve the terms of reference to include a representative from the Langley Farmers Institute as a voting member of the committee. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Davis.
Second it.
See no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. K3 is Agriculture Advisory and Economic Enhancement Committee recommended motion, and that's to approve their 2021 work plan. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson and a seconder, Councillor Davis. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. I'll go to my mayor's report. Just give me a second here. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. First thing I'd like to do is recognize and thank the Township of Langley Fire Department with the assistance of the City of Langley Fire Department for their service, cooperation, and heroism while battling the massive fire in Willoughby on April the 19th. I'd also like to thank the Langley RCMP, the Ridge Meadows RCMP, the Surrey RCMP, the Integrated Road Safety Unit, Coast Mountain Bus Company, volunteers, and those involved with the Langley Emergency Program for coming together to assist. Thanks to the collective efforts, there were no injuries or lives lost, a true testament to the skills and abilities of every person who helped. And again, thank you to all those involved. You're true heroes. And that night I got a phone call and I went out and observed, and certainly I was very impressed with how the fire department were containing the blaze. At that point it had advanced quite a ways, but they had it contained, and very few occupied units were damaged. The volunteers that were there, and I again went out the next day to the area where people are registering that they've been evacuated, and I'm very impressed with the volunteers and want to thank all of the help. And we had volunteers come out from emergency services from Surrey, from Abbotsford, from Maple Ridge, I think even Mission. They're from all over. They came out to lend assistance. So truly our community is larger than just the Township of Langley. A lot of members of our greater community came to help when we needed them. So and I had some great discussions with the Chief Gamble. I passed on my thanks to him, and also, what can we look at to ensure this doesn't happen again? And I know he's working with the fire chiefs across Canada on just this sort of thing, and what can be involved, and perhaps this incident will spur on some changes that we can look to ways to prevent these sorts of fires in the future. All the buildings that were exposed were not occupied, and that's a very vulnerable part of their construction. So again, just thanks to everyone who was there. I think it's the largest fire in our memory in the Township of Langley, or anybody could think of. I don't think there's even been a barn fire bigger than that, Councillor Davis, in the history of Langley. That was a pretty big blaze. So again, I'm really glad there's no loss of life and there were no injuries. So moving on, due to our increasing COVID-19 numbers, the province introduced tougher travel restrictions last week. While the new restrictions may change many residents' plans, especially for the upcoming long weekend, we must remember that we need to keep each other safe. This pandemic has been difficult, to say the least, but we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Please abide by the new restrictions and stay within your health region, the combined Fraser Health and Vancouver Coastal Region for Township residents. We will get through this. And I know the vaccines are rolling out. I got mine just over a week ago, and really it starts to give you a little bit of comfort, but we still have to, we can't let our guard down. So again, it's important that we follow the restrictions and the rules and be kind. On April 17th, Kim's Angels held their Kindness Virtual Gala, and they raised over $54,000 to help them continue to support people in need in the Langleys. On April the 19th, the Fraser Valley Regional Library inside the Walnut Grove Community Center was officially named the Dean Drysdale Library in honor of the longtime Langley resident, former councillor, professor, military officer, aspiring parliamentarian, and successful venture capitalist, given his passion and commitment to his community, to lifelong learning and education, and to recreation here in the township. It is very fitting that the library be renamed to honor him. Dean gave so much to so many and should be remembered and revered for that. Lafarge is currently completing a $2 million investment in their asphalt plant in the Township of Langley. This investment will upgrade the plant to the highest technology available that allows for increased recycling of the waste material created by repairing and paving our roads. On April 20th, I participated in a ribbon cutting at the outdoor site, and while there, a township truck happened to be loading up and pulled in and received some of the recycled material to use in our roads. It's very interesting to see this process firsthand, and I'm happy that a company in the township is taking the initiative to reuse our waste and prevent it from entering our landfills. So basically, as we take apart roads, that asphalt can be repurposed, and a certain percentage goes into the new aggregates, and it certainly reduces the amount of asphalt that go to landfill and other areas to dispose of it. And putting it back into service, I think, is something we want to do. Currently, I believe 20% is allowed, but these Lafarge is saying they can go up to 30-40%. So City of Richmond has done a pilot project, and certainly be nice to see if we can continue that to get more buy-in on reusing this. On April the 21st, I participated in the Lower Mainland District RCMP Mayor's Forum It was great to meet with other mayors and the RCMP to discuss issues of mutual concern. And so we basically extend, I think, almost from Hope to right across the region with RCMP and other agencies that participate in the integrated forces. So we had a good discussion. On April 23rd, I met virtually with the leaders of the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations, as well as township staff, to continue building our relationships and begin developing a shared vision for the Salishan Place, the new arts, culture, and heritage facility being constructed in Fort Langley. The discussion was productive, and I'm very grateful to be asked to be involved in that initial discussion on how we can move forward with our First Nation partners on really making this a truly spectacular facility. Attended by Council, April 14th, Council Long attended the Fort Langley Leadership Committee. Encompass Support Services Society has been awarded provincial funding to develop a foundry in Langley, focusing on mental health and substance use. Foundry will offer young people aged 12 to 24 health and wellness resources, services, and supports, both online and through integrated service centers. And Councillor Whitmarsh attended the Gap Young Memorial Service on April the 16th. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the Battle of Gap Young, a pivotal two-day battle fought during the Korean War. We are and will always be grateful to those Canadians who fought and gave their life during the battle. And I know Korea is very appreciative and put a commemorative stone in our Derek Doubleday Arboretum. So with that, that's my mayor's report. I attended some meetings, Translink Board, Metro Finance and Intergov, Metro Zero Waste. We had a workshop, Translink Mayor's Council had a workshop on Translink 2050. And Translink 2050 is our plan moving forward, reaching out 30 years and planning for this region. And there is an opportunity for everyone to get involved in that. You can go to the Translink website, and there is an opportunity to put your comments in on how we can shape our future, and certainly looking at all kinds of ideas on where we're going to be in 30 years and beyond, and really building better transit in our region. So with that, and I see Councillor Arneson was at Metro Climate Action, Councillor Ferguson was at the Liquid Waste, and Councillor Long was at the National Zero Waste Council Food Working Group. So I don't know if anybody else has anything to say, but I'm certainly going to turn it over to Council because I probably have missed something. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I had two items that I wanted to bring up under items distributed, but you've touched on it in your mayor's report, and I wonder if I could just add these comments in. In today's items distributed, so April 26th, item number 15, which is a response from the fire chief to a letter of concern from an area resident, and that's on page 45. And I know that I have heard concerns from different members of the public, including those members of the public who ended up with great big molten fireballs in their backyards that melted through their lawns and their flowers and their outdoor furniture and so on. But you did mention that the fire chief is reviewing and looking at things, and I'm hoping that and part of that review, if he could also look at best practices in other communities, particularly high density communities at that critical construction stage when they don't have the firefighting mechanisms or in place in the buildings, like sprinklers, but they could pose a risk to the neighboring properties. So things like, for example, spot checks during that critical construction phase period before they get the fire protection measures in, and things like fire curtains to protect the neighboring properties and so on. So if the fire chief could include that in his review, I think that would be very helpful in allaying the fears of residents that live in high density areas that are in the middle of construction. You also mentioned former councillor Dean Drysdale, the library that was opened in his honor. And I was hoping that we could also commit to announcing that when COVID allows, that we would do a ceremony at the library in his honor. It is my understanding that his close friends and family were not involved in that unveiling, and that's probably because of our current COVID protocols. So I think we should do something to allow his family and close friends to participate in the future. So if you would consider that, Mr. Mayor, that would be great.
Certainly. Staff made a note, and so once we can get through this, we'll probably have a few things to celebrate and remember. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
For that. Yeah, thanks. All right, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Just briefly, no FERL report. I have a meeting on Wednesday, and I'll be beginning updates from there. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that came from the Climate Action Committee meeting, and they have to do with the Township of Langley. So the first one is, I thought we'd be interested to know that there's been an ongoing project that's being reviewed, and it has to do with grazing of animals in order to control invasive species, which I thought was a very innovative approach. Apparently we need herders, so if you know anybody that does herding, it would be good to know. And I don't know of any sheep myself, but apparently goats are best. And the other one, I want to put a shout out actually to Trinity Western University and their students. And they have been with their instructor, Dr. David Clements, involved in a 2-year program having to do also with invasive species. So it's a really critical thing that they are examining, because there are many negative implications, not only for Indigenous plants, but also for agriculture and for other reasons. So it's really somewhat related to climate change, which is why we're looking into that. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to work with Metro so that we can formalize some of these initiatives that center locally, also to help students to, get more education and more information regarding probably some of the things they're going to be working on in their career. So I just want to pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Well, to Councillor Arneson, maybe the first thing, those herders can come down to my place and those animals can graze and eat all my weeds. Oh yeah, by the way, the FVRL, that for those not knowing, it's the Fraser Valley Regional Library. We get caught up in that, and I was just about to talk about the GBRD, SNDD, and other GBNSS, but most people don't know what that means. That's the Greater Vancouver Regional District Sewer and Water District and Drainage. So I did want to say that their information clips are continuing on an ongoing basis, where grease goes in the green bins, and information on large items on the webpage, clothing, recycling and reusing, and of course, on an ongoing basis, they still continue the campaign on the unflushables. So that's good to know. And also the Indigenous Committee, we're still active, meeting with Indigenous bands throughout the region and regarding water property, water rights, sewer, Fraser Valley, Fraser River, and other things on an ongoing basis, being well received by the Indigenous communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on. And the next item is the items from prior meetings. And one is the liquor license amendment application to Main to Chamberton Estates on 216th Street. Now, Ms. Bauer, is this motion live or does it need to be moved? It's live. So the motion was referred after it's been moved and seconded. So it's considered moved and seconded, and I'll continue with start the speaker list again. So Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad we've had some time to reflect on this and also to get additional community input around it. And I am very much in support of outdoor venues, so that people can continue to enjoy restaurant experiences and patio experiences. But I'm very concerned with regards to the number of emails that have come through to us relative to traffic. And in particular, on this particular location, there's a lot of concern from people who have horse properties that use 216th Street in order to access the regional park down there for their horses, and the alarming number of incidences that seem to involve drivers of vehicles due to increased traffic and the horses being able to use the areas. This is South Langley. It was a horse area. It still is a horse area. I'm glad it's also a winery area, but I don't think the traffic should be displacing the horses. So I believe all in all that Domaine de Chaberton has plenty of licensed space already on their property, and it does not need more. So I'm not going to support the patio expansion on this in favor of the horses and 216th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further discussion. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Arneson and Councillor Richter are opposed. It carries. Thank you. Move on to other business, and I'll turn it over to Councillor Richter for P1.
Sorry, yes. So I will move the motion, which is basically to expand our proclamation policy and any other related policies to include the requests for lighting up of township buildings and infrastructure. I so move.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds. Any discussion?
Yes, I would
Go
like
ahead,
to speak.
Councillor Richter. Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I would like to speak to this. I was on the council that originally brought the issue. I mean, it wasn't me. It was the council I was on at the time that dealt with the issue of proclamations and the increasing frequency of proclamations. And I think a number of communities, in fairness to all the many groups that have issues that they want to have acknowledged and the increasing frequency of proclamations, it's only fair to receive them. I don't think we have the capacity to acknowledge all of them. And I am concerned with the increasing frequency now of requests to light up buildings or bridges or some other piece of infrastructure in colored lights for a certain day. In my mind, this particular action is the same as declaring a proclamation in favor of a particular group. I don't think we have enough pieces of infrastructure or buildings to be lit up in different colors to accommodate all the many groups that want us to acknowledge them. I think receiving their requests for proclamations at council is sufficient, and that lighting up buildings should be included in that. So that's the reasoning behind this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Long's opposed. Councillor Arneson opposed. It carries. Thank you. Move on to P2, Councillor Richter.
Yes, this is with regards to an item that came forward on April 1st in items distributed, and I would like to move the motion, which is essentially to install a 50-kilometer-per-hour traffic sign in both directions on 44A Avenue between 218th Street and Ben's Crescent.
So I'll just get a seconder. Is there a seconder? Councillor Davis seconds. Yeah. So go ahead, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, this is a very interesting area because it's an established area in Murrayville and has been for about 25 years now. The opening of this connecting road has created a shorter path, if you would, I guess, to get to the neighboring school. And often people who are using this shorter path are maybe under a time crunch and going faster than they should be through a residential neighborhood. So I think rather than putting the costs into having RCMP enforcement out there, it makes sense to me just to post a 50-kilometer-an-hour sign on that particular stretch of road, just to remind the residents that this is a residential area. You can't go over 50, even if you're late to get to school. So that's why I brought this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Yes, I agree. One thing, I was there yesterday or the day before, and there was a couple rubber things down on the asphalt with a counter or something. I don't know what information that they gather, but is there any more information that we've learned? And I think it maybe was Saturday, so I don't know if we've collected it and looked at the information yet that could maybe help us or assist us in this situation, but we have gathered more information.
I'll
Would
ask
staff
Mr.
know
Seff.
anything?
Yeah. So that was a traffic counter? Is that what you're talking? Is that what you're?
I guess so. Two rubber things
Okay.
across the road
Traffic
and a little
counter.
box.
Yeah. Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Worship. It sounds like traffic counters as opposed to any traffic calming. What I can share with council is this slide, Your Worship, which shows the existing signage that has been added since the road has been opened up, 44 Avenue that is. And what I can share with council is that I guess there are a couple of points. One is that the typical process which we follow, similar to all other municipalities in the Lower Mainland, is for a sign for vehicles as they enter the municipal boundaries of the municipality to inform them of what the speed limit is, unless otherwise posted, and that is 50K. And typically we don't provide those signs on local streets. The reason why we have them on 44 Avenue and on 216th Street is because of the classification of those roads being collector on 44 and arterial on 216th. And again, there are reasons for that. One is because of the standards that are followed. And if we don't follow the standards, typically, if there's any concerns, any issues, the liability would be on the municipality to prove as to why it was contrary to the standards in terms of the signage. That is the fact that, I guess, clutter is an issue that has been, I guess, a reason for the standards to be created, because it has been observed that when there are too many signs, motorists tend to ignore the signs or become invisible, if you will, Your Worship. And the other concern that we have, Your Worship, is I guess, for us to follow a bit of a standard approach in terms of where signs are installed. When we do have them in one local street, typically after a number of months or years or weeks or days, we might get requests for other signs to be installed in other local streets, which means that not only we then become, that issue that I raised earlier with sign clutter becomes more prevalent, but then we also have the issue of maintaining these signs, which will add a cost. That said, Your Worship, staff can certainly proceed with installation of signs if so directed by council.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I was thinking this thing through, and I know this area very, very well because I used to walk and cycle with the kids in the area because we used to live just down the street, across the street. And there, at one time, the 44A was blocked off. They had a cul-de-sac there, and then the road got pushed through to Ben's. I would kind of wonder if I may, through staff, the staff, what speeds do people go through subdivisions? That looks like pretty fast. Mr. Safety, I mean, if I'm driving around subdivision, 50 kilometers seems fast, if I may.
50 kilometers is the minimum speed posted at the entrance to the municipality, and I think a lot of people don't go 50 because there's other traffic calming measures. But
I mean, this is a subdivision. I mean, if you leave your house, you're going one block. By the time you get 50 kilometers an hour, that's pretty fast. I was wondering, I was just confused by that. I think the residents would prefer, I know Councillor Davis's research is as well, that residents would probably prefer speed bumps, but we probably can't afford that. It doesn't apply to our policy, but I don't know. I mean, Mr. Safety, is there such a thing in subdivisions from a safety point of view that people would do 30 kilometers on a regular basis, if I may, through its chair to staff, Mr. Safety?
Mr. Seffi?
Your Worship, the 30K is a speed limit that is applicable in front of schools and parks. And in cases where it is an issue, then I guess traffic calming measures can be implemented. As Council remembers, last year Council directed staff to proceed with the installation of 30K signs and other traffic calming measures fronting schools and parks, which is something that is ongoing, Your Worship, based on funding that's available.
So I guess just as a courtesy, people like myself and probably most of council, if not all accounts, probably drive through subdivisions a lot slower than 50K. I would think that's probably the case. As I say, I don't know whatever, I'm not going to be against this, but I just think it's common sense for people to go slow, especially where there's kids playing. And these are family areas. I've lived in the area. These are family subdivisions. And it just makes sense for people to go slow. Some local residents used to just put up their own sign, slow down, kids in the air. They did that on their own. Anyway, I just think the residents would prefer, speed bumps, but I know that doesn't hit our policy. But thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Yeah, I just congratulate Mr. Sapie for being so polite. He gave us many good reasons not to do this, but said, of course, if council wants to do it, go right ahead. So I have to agree with him that this is not going to make much of a difference. I mean, as Councillor Ferguson is saying, I mean, who are these people that are speeding and why? And is a sign going to stop them? So I don't believe it will. But and road calming might be an answer, but I guess it would have to qualify first of all, and that could be expensive. But maybe I can get a little more information from others on council as to what's driving this, so to speak. Because is it a frequent accident zone? Have there been some near misses, or people are just not used to probably having traffic go through where it used to be a dead end? But I'm wondering, after saying all that, which is just more or less commentary, what is the deal with Speedwatch? Because this is what has been deployed in the past. The Speedwatch program puts up giant signs and monitors people going through. I don't agree in the whereases here that using the police is not a good idea. I think that's the best weapon you can use is a speeding ticket. But I've asked a number of occasions what's happening with Speedwatch, and probably COVID going to be given as the excuse. But really, why is COVID, if it is the case, stopping the Speedwatch program, and can we not get it going and employ it here? That's my first part of the question, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. I don't know who can answer that one on Speedwatch. I thought I saw them out not too long ago, but
well,
yeah. So I mean, I don't know if we can answer that one because I don't know if anyone's here with familiarity with the Speedwatch. Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, as was alluded to, Speedwatch and most community programs are in a state of hiatus due to the COVID, and not just the gathering, but the preparation and the sharing of materials and whatnot. So it continues to be a priority for us, but it's not something that we can really see being incredibly active till after we've gone through this COVID experience.
Well, that's kind of sad. So is there some temporary signage that can be put up? Because I fully agree with Mr. Sapie that putting up a permanent sign there is going to be, in my opinion, won't do much good. And secondly, it means we're going to have to put them up all over the township. So can we put in something temporary that keep it slow, or there are kids on the street, or school zone ahead, or traffic pattern change, make it home safe. Can I make an amendment that we put in?
Oh, let's find out from staff. I'd like to, before we make an amendment, I have some comments
okay.
Also.
Let me put that out there. Hopefully.
Okay.
Will help.
All right. I've got 2 second-time speakers. So I'm going to make my comments. Having recently moved to that area, I walk those roads very frequently. I go for my morning walks out there. And one thing I've been saying is, man, is it ever quiet here? The traffic is really, really good. I don't know where the speeders are coming from. I've seen traffic. People go to work. They take the kids. It's very, very residential. And I haven't seen an issue. So I'm not sure how this would help. I also really agree with Mr. Seppi in that certainly putting signs up. Everybody knows that the maximum speed in a municipality is 50 kilometers an hour in our municipality. If you have a driver's license, you should know that. And putting up signs is not going to solve the bad drivers who are going to take advantage and are going to speed. They won't. They already know the speed limit is 50. So I agree with Mr. Seppi. Having too many signs sometimes can work against us. So for that, I won't support it. I think the idea is good. I think people are concerned, and certainly staff sounds like there's somebody out there monitoring it with the speed with the vehicle counters, and we can monitor it. And if there are issues for aggressive driving going through there, certainly the RCMP will assist in some enforcement. But I think the idea, the thought is good, but based on those reasons, I just don't see a need to duplicate what's already been in existence. So I won't be supporting it. Go back to second speakers, Councillor Richter and then Councillor Davis.
Yes, council has made some very good comments, and I actually think the preference of the residents is to have speed bumps, but it's not in front of a school, so like directly in front of a school. So it would be so far down the list, it's probably never going to happen. The idea that Councillor Long had about putting temporary signs up, I think this could be a good thing, particularly as there's been a change in the road patterns there that hasn't been there for like 25, 30 years, but is now. That could help. Councillor Ferguson's comment about 30 kilometers an hour, I would prefer 30 kilometers an hour simply because I think 50 is probably even too fast on those streets. But also, we do have an in-house sign department, so this is not a big cost to us to make an in-house sign. And if they want to do a temporary in-house sign, just so people get used to the change in traffic patterns and realize that no, you can't use it to speed through to get to someplace on time, I think could be very helpful. The residents in the area, particularly residents on Ben's Crescent, are concerned about this and have been since we approved that subdivision. And their concerns have not gone away. And we need to acknowledge that. And I think we need to help them because we're the ones that created this new problem for them by allowing a new infill development in that location and a new road connection.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
You know, I'm maybe not going to say anything new, but I think that I think Councillor Long wondered where this was coming from, and it's been from complaints for residents there. And one in particular said that when they opened, we passed that subdivision, Mayor Froese said, well, don't worry about the speed, we'll put speed bumps in. And I'm just quoting him, but true to your word, Mayor Froese put ahead we put a petition out that failed for speed bumps. So I don't know, when do you really see a speeder? Like, you know, I've been on that street and don't see anybody, but that doesn't mean that people aren't speeding through there. So anyhow, I mean, we can, can only try what the residents want. And if it's not the will of council, then we can't put any signs up. But I don't know if this one area is going to set a precedence. Yeah, and you know what? Yeah, it can. But anyhow, they're complaining, and so we're trying to get something there to slow the traffic down. But anyhow, thank you.
Thanks. You have a better memory than me. I don't recall saying that, but if I did. So call a question on P2. All those.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask that we insert the suggestion that Councillor Long had, which was to install a temporary sign in this area? That might work a little better.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you want to make that amendment.
I would make that amendment.
Rather than a 50K.
I'll second it. And
second by Councillor Long.
And stuff. So yeah, could they put something? So that means when we change the wording completely. Can we get that?
So just to be clear for the clerk, it would be that 50. So it's changing from 50 kilometer an hour traffic sign. Let's see, where's the motion here? To a advisory sign regarding the change in traffic pattern.
Well, I think
decide which one.
I think it needs to include and to slow down.
Yeah, an advisory, which would be an advisory sign. So
a speed advisory sign instead of install a 50 kp traffic sign. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, you said temporary sign. So it's a new traffic pattern change. So staff, I think we'll leave it to the engineers to decide exactly what type of an advisory sign they want to put up with the traffic pattern change.
Speed advisory sign.
Yeah. So
we're requesting a slower speed.
Well, it is 50 kilometers an hour, so we can't. So it could be an advisory sign, and staff can come up with new traffic pattern change. something like that. So maybe we'll let staff work through that, our engineering staff. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Councilor Whitmarsh on the amendment.
Yeah, I just had a question to staff, just how they would define temporary, just so we have an idea as council.
Sure. Mr. Seffi, an advisory sign regarding the traffic pattern change.
Your Worship, it might be best for council to advise staff as to how long council wishes for this temporary sign to remain.
Okay, has that road been open yet? I thought it was just in construction.
Yes, it is, Your Worship. And
okay.
what I wanted to say earlier, Your Worship, maybe I can just use this opportunity now. The traffic calming was something that council did require as part of the development, but subject to the process. And as you may recall, Your Worship, the process requires a petition, which requires 67% support of the residents in the area. That petition did not pass.
Okay.
As such, the developer was not required to, as part of the development, to install traffic calming. And even if it was to be, I guess, advanced as a council directed initiative, it would still, I would suggest, have to go through the process, because we don't want to end up in a position when some people might find the traffic calming measures to be offensive and come back at a future date and require them to be removed, or request for them to be removed. So that's another thing to keep in mind.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Long, do you have an advice for staff on what sign you're looking for?
Yeah, I think we talked.
I don't.
Oh, yeah, the period of time would be 3 weeks, but wait a second, we have new information now. So it sounds to me like traffic calming wasn't embraced early on in the process. If, as councillors have said now, there's a whole new issue there, maybe we should reintroduce it. And if it were reintroduced, would the developer still have to pay for it, or would the township have to pay for it? Because it's a different process, is it not?
Sorry, Mr. Seffi?
Yes, Your Worship, the developer is no longer obligated to do anything. They have completed their works and services. And as I said, it included a petition process that was not supported by the prerequisite number of residents in the area, which is currently 67%. So if we were to instigate that process again, we would be, one, going through the petition process, and two, presenting it in the context of the other areas that may, from a purely technical perspective, be prioritized from staff or by staff higher than this particular location.
So it's kind of a shame in hindsight. Yeah, we've missed an opportunity there, but that's the way it is. 3 weeks, Your Worship.
3 weeks. But what will the sign say? I think Mr. Seffi's looking for further direction.
I thought you're going to leave that to staff. It was speed advisory sign. The question was, how long should it be there? And I suggest 3 weeks, but it would be a slow down sign or something.
Okay. Mr. Seffi, does that assist?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Yep, okay. 3 weeks.
Okay. Councillor Whitmarsh, has your hand up from before?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Richter on the amendment.
Yeah, 3 weeks is not enough. I think it should be a year. So
why don't we compromise at 6 months? Do I hear?
Well, except that we're almost at the end of a school year now, and the problem seems to be being generated by school years. So it really should cover a school year. Yeah.
All right.
So I think it should be a temporary speed advisory sign to be in place for a 1 year period.
Okay. Councillor Long, you okay with that? We can take that as a friendly, or as a
well, I think 6 months is more reasonable, but this is getting out.
Yeah, we just.
How about somebody else on council make a number?
We'll go with a year. Okay, and that's by unanimous consent unless there's any opposition on the amendment to the amendment. Okay. I don't see any opposition.
So it's a temporary speed advisory sign for 1 year.
For a year. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to call the. Okay, so that one's approved by unanimous consent. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? And opposed? Carries. So on the motion as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? It carries. Thank you. And so we have a consortium here. I don't know who to go with first. Perhaps somebody can put their hand up and want to move this. Councillor Richter.
Well, Yeah, there's 4 of us moving it. I think all 4 of us should move it.
Well, we can only have one person move it, so it's
I'll move
under
it.
the procedure.
I'll move
Somebody
it.
has to move it. Councillor
I'll move
Woodward
it.
moves it, second by Councillor Davis. Okay, so discussion. Councillor Richter.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that this is a fair and balanced compromise moving forward. So I support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward because I think it's really important that we continue this program. But yeah, were some challenges with it. Now, the only thing I want to maybe discuss would be the fees, and if we were gonna, continue it, are we raising the fees? So is that sort of up for discussion? Because if that was the case, then I'd want to make sure that the families that are involved would understand that there is a recreation fee subsidy so that any family that can't afford it will still be able to, make sure that their kids can go to this program. So those are my comments.
Mr. Backen, can you respond to that?
That's correct, Your Worship. We do have our financial hardship assistance program. So anyone who needs assistance from the Recreation Department can communicate with a staff person or manager and initiate the process.
Okay, I just want to make sure that those families are aware of that because I don't know that always, that gets communicated that some people may not know that. So if along with that, it gets communicated at the same time.
Certainly, I think as per usual practices, our staff try their best to communicate to those in need, and they have to identify themselves. So we do our best, I think, same, and we'll continue to do that with this. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is, generally a good motion. I appreciate it coming forward. It's in line with the conversations I've had with others in the community as well as members of council as we've had conversation, and it's in line with that. So I like it. Lots of things that are good about it. I just had a question maybe to staff, and it relates to the report that we received April 15th that came to council about this. And when we were looking at this, if I understood it correctly, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, that if we were to raise the rates up to $13.80 as suggested in this motion, that it would still result in a loss to the township, a financial loss to the township of around $45,000 to $50,000, is the way that I'm reading it. And if that's the case, I'm wondering why staff recommended $13.80 as opposed to a number that would have brought it to a zero balance at the end of the year, so that there'd be not necessarily a profit to the township, but there would be no financial loss. And maybe that would be helpful for me on why the $13.80 is the recommended number. Through your
certainly. I'll just point out that point C direct staff to transition to active beyond the relatively full cost recovery. So I think 1380 is a starting point, and it's transitioning to that. So I don't know who on staff can respond to that. Mr. Backen's nodding his head. Yeah. So I think that was the intent. So start with this one, so it's not such a huge jump, and then transition. But again, there's also that E where it talks about promises from various levels of government to subsidize. So I think there's more work to be done. But Mr. Backen, can you provide further insight?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. No, that's correct. There was a transitionary position taken reflecting a potential significant percentage increase that was going to be occurring. And the concern was if it was to go all the way to the break-even amount in 1 year, that would be a significant, even a more significant increase. And I think that'd be in the area of about 40% if it went right to a break-even. So I think a number in between was chosen. And I also would just add that a reminder that the I guess provincial and federal government are working towards some sort of programs that they will be funding in the not too distant future, probably as part of the 2022 budget that will probably supersede these programs. We understand preliminarily that it looks like they may be delivered by the school districts or be required to do so, but it's very early days on that. So it's just a bit of an update in terms of what direction we're headed in overall.
Okay, so I guess helpful information, and I appreciate the big jump it would have taken to get there. The motion that we have in front of us, point C, suggests that be wanting to move to full cost recovery plus 10%, within 2 years. Well, the $13.80 is not full cost recovery. So full cost recovery is another increase beyond that, and then there's a 10% beyond that. So I'm not sure if the motion is meant to say that we would move to full cost recovery within 1 year and then add 10%, because the $13.80 that we would move to immediately or in this fall, providing that we could operate it based on the current pandemic situations, does not take us to full cost recovery. So I'm supportive of the motion in general. I'm just trying to get clarification on what we really want as a council. Is it full cost recovery? How long is that going to take? And are we actually wanting to have a 10% surcharge on top of full cost recovery at some point? That's my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think I could point out that as we did earlier in this meeting, all of these fees do come in front of council, and council can always give further direction at the future time when this comes forward. So it does give further opportunity. Councillor Long.
I'm not nearly as enamored as some on council with this whole note. First of all, the 4 councils getting together and
Councillor Long, we're losing you. I can't hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe that's a good thing, because I'm not very pleasant at the moment. I think when 4 councils get together and put a notice of motion, it really doesn't, in my mind, support good governance. We're supposed to be discussing ideas.
So maybe speak to the
point order.
Oh, it's very important.
No, the motion has been, excuse me, the motion has been moved and
out
seconded.
of order. It's
not out of order. No.
In my opinion, it is very much out of order that 4 councils would get together.
Okay.
What's the point? I mean, that's just, to me, doesn't make any sense.
Now, I'm asking you to speak to the motion. Thank you.
I am speaking to the motion. First of all, inappropriate that 4 councils will get together and make a motion like that. Secondly, are we the staff or are we council? We're supposed to be making decisions on a higher level than I believe we're doing here by naming numbers and so forth. We've already had some staff reports that talk about the benefits and the challenges to this program. We have staff that look after administering these programs. I don't think council should be messing in there, and I've said this many, many times. So I think that this motion should be referred to staff. But staff should be looking after, which the report already talks about. Staff said it can't happen until September, if at all, that there has to be cooperation with the school district, there has to be COVID procedures put in place. So, okay, I've had my rant. To me, this is not good governance to be doing it this way, but I would like to move a referral to staff for their information that they would proceed on the path that they're already on. So I make that motion that this be referred to staff.
I'll just go to Councillor Arneson first. She hasn't spoken yet. And then back, Councillor Arneson.
Actually, I want to second Councillor Long's motion, but I would like to speak to this. Actually, I do have some comments to make to the original motion, if that's
okay. That's what we're on right now. There's no referral motion.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I guess I'll be an outlier here. I saw this motion and I thought to myself, this is really quite conflicting. I'm very, very supportive of this program, but I don't understand from my perspective why it is that we would wish to put this forward and have a vote on something that's very prescriptive when we haven't even heard from the delegation and seen the petition from people. So maybe some people don't think that that's necessary in order for us to make a decision about this. But to me, this is a decision in principle only. This is something that could be subject to change. And so I don't understand why we're in such a hurry to put this forward, only to communicate that we're in favor of it. I have no problem saying that I'm in favor of it. I've always been in favor of it, but I would like an opportunity to look at other options, which could include not raising the amount of money that's currently indicated. Nobody has raised the issue of division, but for me, to put that financial component in here totally makes it go sideways for me, because I would like to look at opportunities for funding that could subsidize people being able to use a program without an economic hit when we're all talking about COVID-19 and the challenge that people have with their children and having some activity for them that's safe, that they can do, that the community obviously wants. So as it is, I would not be able to support this, but I would look forward to seeing and hearing from the delegation in any event, because I think it's meant to help to inform from the individuals that were spearheading this what it is that they would like us to know. Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ferguson. You might be on mute. We don't.
I'm muted. There's been an awful lot of discussion on this. Active Beyond the Bell. We've even got emails regarding Active Beyond the Bell. People have been talking about delegations, or many delegations coming to us to Active Beyond the Bell. Many of us have asked a lot of questions for Active Beyond the Bell. My daughter works for the city of Surrey, where they have registered daycares where they pick up students before and after school, and they have a recreational program. It is very expensive. For those that were wondering if other communities do something like that, it's very expensive. The township has been very frugal and very fair with our residents, as we have with many things. I think this is a good idea. It's been well thought out. I think that nothing's perfect we can gain. I think item E in the motion about communicating with others regarding the provincial responsibilities and what's coming in the future is important as well. So there's been a lot of time, energy, and effort put into it, and I think it's a step forward. Can we improve on it? Yes, we can improve on it. It's been a lot of sensationalism, but at this point in time, I think it's a fair process moving forward, despite the COVID and the other challenges which we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think the intent here, I'm glad some are seeing that, is to create a discussion going. We've had 2 memos on this particular program. I think it's important to send a message to the community that we want to keep this program, if people saying otherwise. I think that, for me, we could look at some amendments to this and then sort of move on to other issues rather than have this referred and deferred. And so for me, item C, I could see voting against that. I think it was good to have it in there as a discussion point. I think item D is pretty important, because then we can, it'll come forward every year as part of the fees and charges bylaw, and be reviewed every year. And we could look at that again in the spring, and we'll certainly have some clarity on maybe federal funding issues, maybe additional subsidy options. And so you see COVID, we'll have hopefully see some light at the end of that tunnel, or out of it completely. So, for me, I think that this was important to, having discussions with staff over the last month on this, here, on and off. It was important to send some direction about what council wants. That's the only goal here. I don't know what a referral for a report would be about. We already have 2 memos on it. We have a couple of emails on it. I don't really know what an additional report would actually say. So hopefully the mover can clarify that. Perhaps I'm not tied to every line of this motion. Be quite happy to see, I would still support it if C went away. And I think D is important, because then it'll get reviewed. But I think B is quite important. That was in the staff memo. And those move the program in a direction that's sustainable. So I want to save staff some time here. I don't need a report, sort of regurgitating the memos, or hear the memos again. What more do you want us to say? At some point we do have to make decisions here. Can't avoid them for as long as possible. Why wouldn't this just be an easy one and move on? I mean, I think that this program, we haven't seen, it hasn't been part of the fees and charges bylaw, so there hasn't been that slow incrementation over the period of time. I think we can get it in there, and then it'll slowly increment, like all the other fees and user fees that we have throughout the township do from pools and other programs. It is a recreational program. I want to reiterate that again. I prefer that we process it the way staff categorize it. It is not licensed childcare. So as a recreational program, let's just keep it. Let's recognize the fact that it hasn't been part of the fees and charges bylaw for a period of time. Keep it going and move on to other issues. I don't know why we would need a report to tell us that. Some of this language was pulled directly out of the staff memos, which I hope some appreciate, and we can avoid creating some additional work. So I'd like to avoid a referral. Let's amend it. Let's address some of the concerns people have. This was put forward as a starting point. I think we can make a few amendments if that's what people want to do, and we can move forward. I don't see the need for a staff report just because people don't like how it was moved. I maybe won't do that again if that upsets people, to vote down good ideas and good proposals. I think ideally it was meant to be that, that this is the right thing to do. There's wide support for it. It was pulled, a lot of the language was pulled out of staff memos, a few discussions with staff over it, and help save some time and be helpful. That's really what it was about. Thanks.
Okay, I've got second time speakers, but why don't we just deal with the referral? If that's going to proceed, then we'll go back and we can get division. But just to be clear, this was moved and seconded as per procedures by one member of council. Moved it, one member of council seconded. So Council Long wishes to move deferral.
No.
A referral.
I'm referring to staff, and it's
staff
not for
to come back report. Thank you.
It's to staff for their information, not for a report, Your Worship. I don't need more information. I believe that staff are already working on it, and my preference would have been that we discuss.
Okay, so I'll see if I get the seconder. So I just want to be clear. It's a referral to staff. Councillor Arneson seconds it. Councillor Long, speak to the referral. Okay.
So we're not going to ask for a report, but my point here, Your Worship, is that council doesn't need to be at this level of decision making with the staff. Staff are well aware of what needs to be done and what has to be done and what can be done in terms of COVID and in terms of fiscal responsibility. What I'm trying to do here is to say this is something that should be in staff's hands. There are some suggestions in here. Staff can take whatever they wish out of that and make it so in whatever way they need to. We have staff that are supposed to do this groundwork, not council, in my opinion. So I think it's a harmless thing. It might actually be accomplishing what everybody else is saying that's so wonderful here. Refer it to staff and have staff carry out whatever has to be done, and I just leave it at that. It's not to get a report back or for council to deliberate any further on it. There may be other information coming from these future delegations. There might be other information coming from the EOC. I see a bunch of stuff in today's distribution list from other jurisdictions. There's contradictory information, some saying that Langley City has it, and the memo we have here said it's not happening. Put it in staff's hand, which is really where we started with COVID, right? The EOC is supposed to work with staff, work with the authorities, and bring good things into fruition. I'm a supporter of the program too, and I think most of council are. So refer this to staff and have them do a good job on it. I think it's a win-win.
Thank you. So on the referral, I don't know which order hands went up, so I'm just going to go down the list. I've got Richter, Whitmarsh, Woodward. So Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I don't support the referral. The referral to staff for what? I mean, staff gave us 2 reports on this. They basically said, this is a program that is running into 150,000 plus year a subsidy. So it is a subsidized programs when other recreation programs that we run aren't subsidized to this extent. So I think the referral back to staff is redundant and unnecessary because staff is in a position now where they're looking for council to give them direction. This motion is giving council or giving staff some direction. It's saying, we understand the issues around COVID and around school cohorts and around running after school care program with different cohorts in different schools, and how are we going to do that? And that needs to be figured out. It says that the staff have brought forward a series of recommendations to us through a report that they gave us on April 15th. Those are the ones that are included in B. They come straight from staff. That's what staff suggested. C, full cost recovery plus 10%. We are pricing small businesses out of existence on after school care because we can do it cheaper than they can. Is that fair to small businesses in our community? Is it no, Councillor Long, I have the floor. I have the floor.
Councillor Long, please.
Just turn his mic off, Mr. Mayor, until I'm done. Thank you.
I don't have the authority. I should.
Okay, so full cost recovery plus 10%. We have heard a lot about the children in this community that come from a background where they may need to have subsidized provision. Well, how do we pay for that subsidy? If we price it at cost recovery plus 10%, that's how we pay for the subsidy for them. So we can get more of them into this program. Active Beyond the Bell should be something that we talk about every day or every year in our fees and bylaws. Talking to or letting the higher provincial level representatives know that we need direction from them about where they're going with this $10 a day care program. Like, are they expecting us to run it? And if they are expecting us to run it, how are we going to pay for it? What kind of ability are they going to give us to pay for it? This is council showing good governance by saying we're taking a position. Now, just because one member of the community has sent us an email saying they've put a petition out, which is in addition to several other petitions that have already been out there by other members of the community, to say we're going to hold this back until we hear from that one particular member, no, that's not right. We take a position, we go forward with it, and if after the delegation is received, we think that change needs to be made, we can make a change at that point in time. So we talk about good governance. I think this motion does show good governance because, as I said before, and I'll say again, it is reasonable and balanced, and it's moving us forward.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I don't support the referral to staff. I think staff gave us a pretty good report about this. They made most of the recommendations that are coming from staff are actually in this motion. So I don't see the reason to go back to staff with it. I would personally like to have it moved without C, so that we can have further discussion around C at another point. I'm more comfortable with that. We haven't had any conversation about whether we want to see this as a generating some profit back to the township. We might, but we haven't had that conversation. I am a bit concerned though that we were aware that there was a delegate coming to present on this topic, and we knew that before the motion came ahead, and so I'm not sure if there's a rush or not. It certainly feels like we've indicated to where we might be as a council. Of course, we haven't voted yet, but this is the motion that's there. I'd probably prefer that we would remove C and then defer the motion until after we've heard from the delegate.
So we're on the referral right now. So.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Going to the referral. Okay.
Fair enough. I won't be supporting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Well, thanks, Mr. Backen. Has a question or a comment?
Your Worship, we should clarify, because I think there was a phrase used that we could profit or have excess revenue. The memos did not intend to state that far from it. When that stated full cost recovery, it was really variable cost recovery, because right now the numbers you're seeing can take only into account the variable costs, the labor, the operational costs that go along with it. The 10% was included really as an overhead cost. We can't, by our mandates, make a profit on these things, but what we often forget is the overhead costs that are associated with it, from supervisory things, payroll, HR, all those things. The 10% is a common number to reflect those. So without the 10%, it still remains effectively below full cost recovery. So I think that's what the memos were intended, and if the language of this was tracked from the memos, I think that's where it's picking it up from.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I don't support a referral, but I did have a question maybe before I reach that conclusion, Mr. Mayor. If I could understand, how do we interpret a referral to staff? So, I mean, it's already with, so I'm not really clear, like, what a referral to staff will be interpreted by staff. Can I get some clarity on that?
Mr. Backen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Going by the intent, we heard that it was referred to staff for information. So it's for information purposes. We would take this information and continue, I guess, in our usual practices, and when economic circumstances and public health orders provide, we'll be reopening some of the programs and facilities. Again, that's going to be with debates with council, because we have to look at the financial impacts always, as our concern has always been what those are going to be for the full year.
Okay, so I think that's why I don't support this. I mean, let's show some leadership once in a while. Just refer back to staff. I mean, why do we need a council? I mean, I think for me, I looked at this motion and I actually concur with Councillor Whitmarsh. I would actually like to see some debate today on item number C. In fact, I'll move to remove it just to see what the decision is. If Councillor Whitmarsh wants to move it, I'll second it.
Actually, we'll get division.
Yeah, I want to get back to this because I don't support the referral, because I'd like to see some debate on the items within the motion. So I'm speaking to the referral. So, and I think that can apply to that that right, and what I heard Mr. Bracken say is we may or may not save the program based upon future discussions with council. I want to make it very clear today that it's our will to keep the program alive. So I don't support the referral to discuss it another day. I would like to discuss this today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I don't support the referral either. I mean, when I looked at this, I thought it was pretty straightforward. And having done after school programs for 10 years, it was a big part of my life. I just thought we've been getting emails, seeing things online about how this isn't something that we're going to do. And so I was really glad to see that, I think council is pretty much in agreement that it is something we want to continue to do. So to me, it was a pretty simple decision for me. So I don't want to see a referral, and I just want to, definitely we can have a discussion on C. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I mean, the referral to staff is for staff to make it so. That's why we have staff. Perhaps we should have a committee of council that's going to run this program, it looks like. I'm not trying to be, terribly facetious here, but I don't understand what I'm hearing. Council, we're not staff. We have 500 staff members out there. They know what they're doing. They're professionals. We're supposed to provide leadership, as Councillor Woodward has said. And the leadership, by referring this to staff, says, hey, we think this is a good idea, but all of these details are not necessarily in our purview. Staff need to make the program successful. By referring it to them for information, gives them the ammunition, or not the ammunition, it gives them the resources to develop the program, because it's staff that's going to deliver the program. It takes it out of the political realm, which is really what this whole thing smacks of. Okay, somebody makes a delegation request, there's emails and Facebook posts all over the place, figures here about gouging the public and so forth. The whole thing could become moot in a couple of years anyway if the province comes out with their promises and the federal government comes out with their promises. So I'm not trying to upset the boat here, folks. I'm not trying to say that this is not a good motion, but it doesn't belong in our purview, in my opinion, to be this micromanaging to our staff. By referring it to staff, it gives them the confidence that council trusts them, first of all. It's their job to deliver the program, not council's job. It gives them plenty of direction, in my opinion. All the arguments I've heard from you folks supports referring it to staff, because it's staff that's going to do the work. Anyway, I've said my say. This is poor governance. I don't like the way this thing came forward. Referring it to staff, to me, is a very good win-win. Staff get plenty of direction. Don't mucky muck now with all these clauses, because, as I repeat, it's not in our purview to do that, in my opinion. Give staff the information that they need by referring this notice of motion to them for their information, and let's see what happens. As Mr. Backen has said, when he interprets what this referral motion means, is that staff will now have this information to move forward and make a good decision on. If council wants to do it themselves, well, to me, that's just not right. And
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Woodward, then maybe call a question on the deferral.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to just confirm that there are actually 1,500 employees at the Township of Langley. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
I said
right,
500, over 500.
Okay.
Excuse me, get
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so we'll call the question on, Councillor Arneson, is your hand up? Okay, good. Call the question on the referral. All those in favor of referral? And opposed? So we got myself, Mayor Froese, Councillor Whitmarsh, is your hand up and opposed? No.
Opposed.
Okay, Councillor Kunst, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Richter, were you opposed or not? In favor? You're muted. I don't see your hand. Okay, so that's...
Yeah, I'm opposed to the referral.
Okay, thank you. Got that. Okay, so we're back. So I think the next thing we should do is motion to divide, and I'll just take each one so we can have it. Some might just be quick votes, some might take some debate. So could I have a motion to divide? Okay, and each one of the items there. Seconder on division, Councillor Arneson. So
What?
Ferguson moved it, Arneson second. All those in favor on division?
Well, I'd like to speak to that.
Okay, yeah, I don't see your hand up. That's why I didn't ask you. Okay.
Sorry, I got my hand up.
Go ahead, Councillor Long.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, if you're going to pass it, pass it. Now we're going to start mucking with it. So I'm opposed to division, okay? Opposed to division.
It's
Thank you.
moved and seconded, so. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of division and opposed? Councillor Long opposed, Councillor Richter opposed, carries. So we'll start with A. So every one of these have been moved and seconded, so does anybody wish to speak to A? I'll call the question on A. All those in favor? And opposed? A carries. Thank you. We'll go to B. So B includes the sub A, sub B, and sub C. So that's on the floor. Any discussion on B?
Or not discussion, sorry.
So I'll call a question. All those in favor? And opposed? That carries. Councilor Arneson opposed. Okay, that carries. Right. So now we go to C. And this is where we might see some discussion. Discussion on C. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah. So interesting concept here, and we did hear from Mr. Backen that there's variable costs that aren't always included. So the way this part of the motion says, it says full cost recovery. So the way that I'm reading that is that would full cost recovery means it covers all costs, any kind of variable costs, things that we might have along the way, other kinds of related staff that might be connected to it. That when it says full cost recovery, that's what it implies to me. And then it asks for an additional 10% on top of that. So again, I'm kind of got 1 foot in, 1 foot out on that area. I can see where certainly the full cost recovery, I am fully supportive of full cost recovery, however we end up defining that. It's just really for me whether or not we want to see it bringing an additional 10% beyond full cost recovery. So that implies to me that it's a 10%, maybe I'm not the right word, but it would be 10% revenue that we would be generating from these programs. And if that's the case, then I think that's a good discussion to have. If the 10% is just built in as a buffer to actually just give us full cost recovery, but we don't know from year to year, and so we just use it to build in, then it's a different discussion. So I guess I'd like to know from the movers of the motion what their intention of the 10% is. Is it actually a revenue generator or not? Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Richter. I was muted there. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, I'd like to propose an amendment to this because it seems to me that the 10%, the intent that I thought the 10% had was to provide a revenue stream to cover for underprivileged children. So I would like to move striking plus 10%. Just leave it at full cost recovery, whatever staff defines that as.
Is there a seconder to that? Councilor Woodward seconds it. Discussion, Councilor Kunst on the amendment to C.
Yeah, I wouldn't have supported the extra 10% because I don't think a lot of the families still, we're going to charge them an extra 10%. They're still not able to, this isn't something that is, a lot of people can afford. So I would support that amendment.
Thank you. Councilor Ferguson?
Yeah, if I may, through the staff and the mover, it was not a full cost recovery. From what I understand from staff, it was a variable cost recovery. So I'm not sure if the motion addresses that, or if I may, is that through the chair to staff, is that not the case? And what does variable mean, if I may?
Mr. Backen?
Your Worship, I'm not speaking for the motion, simply speaking for the previous memos on the topic that was trying to cover the operational or operating costs associated with the program and not seeking, say, a return from the fixed assets involved like gymnasiums or land costs that were associated with it. That's the traditional accounting terms. In hearing the discussion proceed, I think that the attempt here is to get full cost recovery, again, as best as one can estimate it, but not to have to separate out the 10% for the overhead costs, that those would have to be by formula built into it. So I think it's seeking to be effectively revenue neutral for us as best we can be, and take into account all of the costs. So I think it's in that original term where our memos referred to operational. This is referring to full cost recovery. This is probably more financially sound to ensure we embark upon a process that leads us to a complete break even.
Okay, so we've taken out the 10%. The staff hopefully can live with the full recovery rather than variable recovery, and I think the mover of the motion is aware of that as well. And those are my final comments.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward. on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. I support the amendment. I think, I think that it's great to sometimes put forward some ideas and get some clear direction that that's not a direction council wants to go with this program at this point. That can be looked at again next year, assuming item D is adopted by council as well, and it ends up on an annual review for fees and charges. And of course, that can be adjusted. So I fully support the amendment. I sort of hear this consensus of council, which is that not to do that. That was an idea that was out there, and I'm glad to get that debated. I'd rather have the whole motion and lose that little bit. I also think that in some sense, that we have to really have a longer discussion about whether these are profit centers. I didn't see that as a profit center item. I think there was some discussions around full cost recovery, yet we give some people a discount who can't afford it. So it was some of those discussions around that, and variable cost recovery, full cost recovery. I don't want to get too bogged down in that. I think the intent is to reduce the subsidy significantly, given the fact that the program hasn't been annually reviewed within our fees and charges bylaw. That's certainly where I came from. It's not for me to say that I want the township to be in the business of profiting from a recreational program that I think is pretty good and pretty valuable. And I'm pretty happy that we're making a statement here today. We want to keep the program. So I support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm just concerned, and I know it's on a slightly different thing, but I did mention the concern about having a delegate who's coming, and we are now passing these prior to. So it seems like we've missed that point. Anyhow,
thank you.
Leave it there a bit.
Thanks. Councillor Richter.
I like Mr. Backen's interpretation of this as meaning revenue neutral, because that's the intent, that it be revenue neutral.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I forgot to address that, so I thank Councillor Whitmarsh for raising that. I do share that. I think it makes sense that if the delegate brings forward additional information, the delegate's delegating on Child Care Action Plan. This is a recreational program. There's a number of other items. I wanted to, this has been ongoing long with staff. I mean, some of the recreational facility tours that I did with raising, we spent actually a fair bit of time talking about this program. So this has been going on a while for myself. I think, if there's something that comes forward, I think we can anybody can move reconsideration at any time. And so I think that, that's quite common. We can revisit it later on. I certainly appreciate that sentiment, but I think at some point we have to make decisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, on the amendment to strike the 10% plus 10%, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. So we're back to C as amended. I had Councillor Woodward and Councillor Kunst on the list here. I'm not sure. Okay, you're good, Councillor Kunst, you're good. So on C as amended, all those in favor and opposed? Okay, Councillor Arneson, Mayor Froese, opposed. Carries. So now we move on to D. And is there any discussion on D? Call the question. All those in favor and opposed? That carries unanimously. Move on to E. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor and opposed?
I'm trying to find the hand over here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Woodward. Yeah,
thanks. I actually don't even have the hand icon anymore. I have to use the keyboard shortcut.
Yeah, it's changed on the update. I don't assume somehow changed. I don't have that update yet, but I know it's people are.
So, I wanted to clarify this here because, I think that there is, for me, I wanted to process and consider the item as staff define it. So staff define it as a recreational program. Well, of course, it is filling the childcare need for some. So I wanted to recognize both. And that, if we want to look at significantly expanding the program, continuing the program, or, looking at how we're going to satisfy some of the childcare demands in the community, it's one of the reasons that this notice of motion came forward. Also wanted to clarify, though, that this is a bit related, but not really. We really do need to start getting answers from senior levels of government about what the plan is for childcare. I think I've been hearing about this for a long time, long before I was a councillor. And so I think it's time to start putting some pressure on them, start asking questions. But this is not directly related to Active Beyond the Bell, but I think we do need to start putting some pressure to bear on where these solutions are coming from, and sort of talk about that rather than the expectation that we're somehow going to solve this with a very low share of tax revenue, only property taxes and user fees. And how are we going to satisfy the demand when people like the federal government are talking in the billions of dollars, and the expectation that local government is somehow going to do this? So I think that this is highlighting that it's very challenging for us to meet this need, and senior levels of government need to do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat what Councillor Woodward has said. I do want to say that as we have discussions about many topics, certainly recreation and Beyond the Bell program, which is a program that was introduced to be something within schools and the buildings that were maintained by the school district, and the township staff or others would use it for their gyms or some of their activity rooms. That has changed over time because school districts have been busy with teaching kids and using their program, their facilities for a number of different reasons. But I still think it's important to be watching out, as other members of council said, and other topics as well, about downloading, and be very careful, especially with the COVID and the lack of money and the challenging of funds over the future. We have to be careful of who gets left with what in certain situations. So I'm in favor of this, going forward with this. I think there's been a lot of time, good discussion, but it's important to remember downloading is out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of point E, and those opposed? Anybody opposed? It carries. Thank you. All right, is there any other business? Councillor Long?
Yeah, I had my hand up there, Your Worship.
Oh, I just saw it now. I just saw it now. So.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll just make a comment. I know that, Council is, I'll bite the end of my tongue off. But has anybody thought about approaching the province or the federal government to help subsidize after the bill?
That's what this, I think, E will do. So it's certainly always a topic of conversation with them.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea.
Okay, Councillor Richter?
Yes, and this I do have for other business, but I just want to put a follow-up comment in. I think it's important for us to understand where those federal and provincial monies are going to go. Are they going to come to the municipalities, or are they going to go to the school boards?
Yeah, so
to do this.
Good point.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, under other business, I did have some items distributed I wanted to raise. On April 22nd, item number 7 on page 16, which is a lovely handwritten letter from Mr. and Mrs. Kent regarding speeding on 200 streets. And I note that it's been referred to staff, and I was wondering if their response could come back to council. They were concerned about speeding near Home Depot and needing more crosswalks. Item number 9, which I referenced earlier with regards to one of the delegations, that's on page 36, the 88th Avenue truck route. I was wondering if this particular report to council from staff could be forwarded to all the people who have been writing council letters of concern about the truck route on 88th Avenue.
Mr. Backen's nodding his head. Yeah, we'll incorporate that into a response. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 22. Item number 19 on page 186. There is a letter of concern from a member of the public who had their children who are mask exempt in one of our facilities, and were approached by staff about the children not wearing masks. If the children are mask exempt, is there some way that staff could be made aware of this by parents prior to them appearing in our facilities?
Okay, Mr. Backen, you got that? Okay. Discuss with staff. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, if children are exempt for health reasons, which obviously it would be if they're children, is there any way that our staff could be notified so that they're not enforcing the protocols that they're required to enforce as staff members in a situation where it's inappropriate for them to enforce those protocols? Item number 22 on page 193. concerning construction noise in Aldergrove. I was wondering if perhaps we could reach out to this resident and ask her to make a delegation to council about it.
Okay, which one is this?
This is again April 22nd.
Yeah,
items
22.
distributed, item number 22, page 193 on construction noise in Aldergrove.
Okay. They're responded to. No, certainly, I mean, anybody can make a delegation anytime. So,
but I think she should be encouraged to do so, because I'm not quite sure what exactly the problem is, and we have put noise concerns in our bylaw around construction. So I'm just wondering if she would maybe should be invited to make a delegation to council.
Yeah, okay, certainly I think staff could reach out to her, maybe get more clarification first.
And then the last item that I would like to bring up is items distributed today, April 26th, item number 14 on page 41. And this is a letter of response to your letter of concern to Surrey City with regards to the 30-foot buffer on 196 at 36th Avenue. And the Surrey General Manager of Planning and Development basically says that there's an industrial land shortage. And that's why, my interpretation is anyway, that's why they're allowing this buffer to be reduced. And I'm wondering if council again should be objecting to less than a 30-meter buffer on behalf of its residents. I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, when this is going to go to Surrey Council, but I think our council probably needs to reaffirm its position on the 30-meter buffer, given this response letter that was sent to you. So is this something we should just refer to you to respond to, and maybe thank them and reiterate our requirement of 30 meters and CC Surrey City Council on it?
Yeah, I think we could just thank them for the letter and just reiterate our concerns and have that go towards their public input. That's probably all we can do. The council would then see it.
I know.
Yeah,
but they're basically telling us to go fish.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, would we be able to get an update on some of the families that were impacted by the fire in Willoughby? Like, do we know where they are, if they're back in their homes, and even the school, how the school is faring now that their kids must be back in school? So yeah, I was just kind of curious about that.
Yeah, I'll ask Chief Gamble if he has any information. I know that night a lot of families found home, friends and family to stay with, and some went to hotels, and the provincial emergency program is there to compensate them for any out-of-pocket. And very few families, and the next day, two buildings were allowed to go back, but there was one building that was held over another day. I don't know for how long, and how many units were affected where they couldn't go back. But Chief Gamble, if you could maybe provide some update on
thank you.
On that.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So currently we have 4 units that were impacted by the fire that have not returned. All the others have returned now. Those units, they're still assessing them as far as when they'll be repaired so that people can move back in. The school, they kept them one day and then they were back the next day. It was partly to do with the smoke. There was concern with that, and we were also still using the parking lot as a staging area. So, and they had power restored the night before, but it wasn't until late, and if the school board themselves decided that they would not open that next day.
Okay.
So all in all, there was no injuries to firefighters or the public, which is really good for a fire this size. As to say, the buildings that were occupied, there was only 4 units that they couldn't return.
Okay. Do we know how the fire started? Because honestly, I've been hearing all kinds of weird rumors and probably about 4 or 5 different ways it started. So is there anything more on that?
Point of order, Your Worship, isn't it under investigation?
Yeah, well, Chief Gamble can advise if it's under investigation what he can say. Thanks.
The fire still is under investigation. We're reviewing tapes, thanks to the public. Lots of people have sent us video footage. We have the Office of the Fire Commissioner attending tomorrow with our fire prevention staff and our chief officers that were at the scene. They're going to the site at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll start our more in-depth investigations from that point on.
Okay, well, big thank you to all of us. I know watching that go up and seeing all the firefighters there, incredible that nobody was hurt. And yeah, good job for our firefighters. And thank you, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, any business? Business?
Yeah, I maybe missed this. I should have put this in the mayor's report, but on a lighter note, I'd just like to say I got a text at 12 p.m. today, and it says, just wanted to say, I don't know who is trimming the ditches on 64th Avenue right now, but he's doing an awesome job. So sometimes we get good feedback. I just wanted to mention that one of our employees is doing a good job. Wow, they're all doing a good job. Oh, I'm getting myself into trouble. But I just thought on a lighter note, I'd say thank you.
Get the intent, and I'll, Mr. Steffi, you can pass that on to the operator. Certainly, it's always good to hear public compliments. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Okay, so Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, just I had received a number of emails in the last little while about filming and our filming policies in the township, particularly in light of the recent larger scale filming that was happening in Fort Langley. I'm wondering if we could have at some point another, I know we've had it a few years ago, I can't recall when, but just another maybe presentation from staff at some point about our policies and how it works and where the money goes that we collect and that sort of stuff. It would just be helpful for maybe members of council as well as members of the public to understand our filming policies again.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Backens got that. Maybe schedule something in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
What else is there? Councillor Ferguson.
It's just to follow up on what Councillor Whitmarsh has said. It's funny. The film folks are really good. They come knocking on your doors and they say this is going to be happening, and they're very polite, very respectful. And it's funny under COVID and things like that. I love to see people working, and if the film industry wasn't going for some of those people, they wouldn't be working. So it's a job, and we do have a policy. You can't saturate something, but they're very respectful. So they say, I never even hear them half the time. They say, we might go 15 minutes past the time, but we need permission. So they got our permission. Okay, I want to say we refer the delegation to staff. Is that not correct, Mr. Mayor? That we just ask the staff to look at the delegation, what they said, and have them referred. I don't know if you need a motion, but
which delegation?
I think there was I think every single one of them. No, we don't need the New Westminster District. Well, I think Mr. Miller, of course.
You need to provide some direction. Can't be
Mr. Miller. Mr. Goodwin, I think Mr. Lloyd has been looked after. Those two, Mr. Miller and Mr. Goodwin, they had some questions. So I did refer those for the concerns they expressed, and also Mr. Miller working with our staff accordingly. He had some questions as well. I don't know if you need a motion or just that's something we do.
Generally, it's a motion, but Mr. Miller made some comments and I think we took that information down, staff for listening, Mr. Goodwin will be providing more information, it sounds like, or has with a petition. Yeah. So we're already working on that. And Mr. Lloyd, we already discussed. I don't know what purpose. That's right. So just certainly staff are aware of them. Yeah.
So staff are aware, because I know that that's Mr. Right. Miller, he wants to continue with the good deeds, of course. Yeah. Okay, and also I want to compliment the fire department and the emergency services for the work they did with the 208th fire there. It's terrible. Very, very unfortunate to see something that far along and go up in flames, and people who are just bought something, young people who bought places just not there long, and they're displaced now. What was my last point other than, my last point was I hope we get on to the end of the meeting. Thank you. That was it.
Thanks. Okay. Councillor Long.
Yeah, we certainly do need motions to refer delegations.
Yeah, but that has to be a purpose. Yeah, thanks.
But I would be concerned a little bit about Mr. Godwin's delegation, there was a lot of confusion in his presentation, in all due respect, amongst all of us, I think, as this whole North Langley truck route revamping is becoming quite an issue. So I wonder if we shouldn't have, as council, a full presentation from staff on where we are with it. Would council be interested in that? Because it's it's pretty interesting. We spend a year or two keeping trucks off a road, and then we got people that want to move to that road, and then you got this neighborhood and that neighborhood. So it is extremely challenging, and I think it might be a good time for us to sort of see where we are and how we got here, and make sure we're heading in the right direction.
So, Mr. Backen, I believe the truck route issue is on the radar for staff to bring something back at some point as an update as we're moving along. I have to make more decision points. So can you provide us with some guidance of when that might happen and what that look like?
No, thank you, Your Worship. I think you're referring to the ongoing commentary about the alternate options that we actually have. At this point, again, the primary issue is going to be funding for some of those options. So at this point, I think it's best we take it away and come back with a bit of an update once we can actually look at the picture holistically.
But now, Your Worship, we're hearing that they don't want to spend. The citizens don't want to spend the money. The money is an issue, but maybe we have to have a whole look. I think it'd be educational for us to see where we came from, where we are now, where we may be going.
Yeah. And it depends which street it's going to be on. I mean, you move from one to the other. We're never happy people, depending on what street it's going to go on. And trucks have to move, and we have a duty as council to make some decisions here. And it's expensive. So yeah, so it is on staff's radar. They'll be bringing something to us in the future. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that the residents in the 216th Street North area have been fighting for many years now to keep trucks off their or out of their neighborhood. And I don't think it's fair now to turn around and say to them, oh, guess what? The 88th Avenue residents don't want trucks either, so we're going to put them on your street. That's not right.
No, so it is challenging, you're right. Okay, so with that, I will ask for a motion to resolve into special closed meeting for the items on the agenda and on table.
So move.
Councilor Davis moves it, seconded by Councilor Whitmarsh, was it? Yeah, thank you. Additions, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that carries. Thank you. So we'll take a short break, and then so time we come back about